To start our day 2,
Panalangin
let
ng
us put ourselves in the
pagkakaisa
presence
ng
of our Lord
pamayanan
through our PNU
ng
Interfaith Prayer. Good
pamantasang
afternoon,
normal ng
everyone. To
Pilipinas.
start our day 2, let us
Diyos
put
Ama,
ourselves in the
pamayanan
presence of our Lord
ng
through our PNU
pamantasang
Interfaith
normal
Prayer. Good
ng
afternoon,
Pilipinas.
everyone. To start our day 2,
Diyos Ama,
let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord through our PNU
Bahala,
Interfaith Prayer. Good afternoon, everyone. To start our day 2, let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord through our PNU Interfaith Prayer. Good afternoon, everyone. To start our day 2, let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord through our PNU Interfaith Prayer. Good afternoon, everyone. To start our day 2, let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord through our PNU Interfaith Prayer. Good afternoon, everyone. To start our day 2, let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord through our PNU Interfaith Prayer. Good afternoon, everyone. To start our day 2, let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord through our PNU
Ngayong wala pang panibagay na pagkakasa, dulot sa Minsan kami ngayong wala pang kailangan na pagkakabagay na dulot ng sa tabi namin ang pagkakayanan ng dasal ng pagkakaisa at sa halip ay magtulungan.
Naway alisin ang ugaling walang pakialam kung hindi maging malay sa pakikibahagi sa kapakanan ng kapwa. Naway alisin ang ugaling walang pakialam pang sariling interes maging malay sa pakikibahagi sa kapakanan ng kapwa at malampasan naway huwag mangibabaw ang pangsariling interes at manaig ang adhikaing labanan at malampasan ang suliraning ito.
Bilang isang pamayanan, magulang at mag-aaral ay sama-sama at nagkakaisang humihiling sa iyo. Nanawa, kami ay bigkisin bilang isang komunidad, lahi at lipi. Ang bawat salita, wika at diwa ng panalangin ito'y pagpupugay sa iyo, minamahal naming makapangyarihan sa lahat.
Welcome back to our conference, friends, advocates, and colleagues. This is the SDGs Resiliart Festival and Forum for Health, Peace, and Climate Justice as a healer of traumas caused by COVID-19. At this moment, let us welcome Madame Cecil Guidote Alvarez, Director of Earth Saver Stream Ensemble, UNESCO Artists for Peace, Director, ITI Philippine Center, to update us on ASEAN Art Camp and SDG Photo Exhibit.
Good afternoon. We would like to present and share some of the events that occurred December for UN Human Rights Week, some of the other efforts which are now being undertaken for World Theater Celebration. We'd like to share, as has been mentioned, exhibits of paintings, photographs, including some samples of indie films, and an ASEAN mural gathering of artists that was led by Nemi Miranda in order to provide a crystallization of collaboration in providing a perspective of the SDGs through painting. You will be having other also excerpts to have an idea of the inclusive workshops for healing, for creative empowerment of persons in difficult circumstances, like in prison, like in the cases of persons with disabilities, indigenous communities, and refugees of climate catastrophe and armed conflict.
So what could be the title here is using the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. We try to focus on each of them and cluster it. So we're concentrating on actually on the people cluster, where they try to experience injustice, inequality, and we try to motivate them to raise their lives.
Lubos kong naisip, di niya ipinagkait ang munti kong langit. Walang gulo, walang pangit, ligaya'y damang-dama ko. Kay sarap ng buhay ko ito.
We're calling the workshop Mending Broken Spirits because it is made for the inmates of the Bilibid prisons in Muntinlupa and the Women's Correctional in Mandaluyong City. We'd like to know what started the broken spirits. And we'd like to know how these broken spirits will be mended through dramatic arts, which we've been doing for quite some time. Not only during this workshop, but in other workshops that we have done in the past.
The workshop is supposed to show a dance drama. We ask everybody to take care of Mother Earth. And because we have sinned towards Mother Earth, violence, war, we have cut all those trees, threw garbage in our water, and so we're having flood, we're suffering. Because of the garbage, we have spread viruses, and today we suffer from COVID-19.
Sa buhay na tahimik, Panginoon, tulungan mo ang puso kong litong-lito. Ligaya'y ipadama mo sa nalalabing buhay ko rito. Dahil dito'y nasisira kalikasang nakakaawa.
The workshop is aligned to the International Theatre Institute UNESCO program and with the United Nations 17 Sustainable Goals because we are along the highway, the scientific highway, the artistic highway, the philosophical highway, the wellness highway towards peace, towards prosperity, towards humanity, and towards protecting the environment.
Mapuno na lupain, buhay na puno ng panalangin. Lubos kong naisip, di niya ipinagkait ang munti kong langit. Walang gulo, walang pangit, ligaya'y damang-dama ko. O kay sarap ng buhay ko rito.
changes in the health sector and socioeconomic responses have put a spotlight on the inequalities and barriers in the distribution of vital public services and the marginalization of vulnerable groups.
Our aim has been to invite artists from all around the world, and in particular from regions in conflict, so that the artists could create synergies and collaborations that hopefully they would be willing to continue once back home.
Art Camp is a program which was beginning in 2009, and since 2012 I was asked by the Commission of UNESCO to Andorra to join as a godmother.
Say that culture is the core of society. We want to give globalization a human dimension.
My priority is to strengthen the links between African countries and Colombia, which has a large population of African origin that has left a significant imprint on our history, our culture, and customs.
We need peace and we need non-violence in order to become stronger and unified.
Our struggle is not a rebellion against the Philippine government or any sitting administration. Our struggle is a legitimate one that is principled, well-intentioned, and collectively shared by the Bangsamoro people. It is a legitimate struggle that is recognized by the international community.
UNESCO statistics state about 500 million indigenous people provide the face of cultural diversity, with about 7,000 languages spoken, but they continue to be marginalized with human rights violation.
We look at culture as the center, and this was affirmed by the concept of clash of civilizations, wherein Huntington mentioned that at the center of the conflict is culture.
Serbia and Kosovo, which were divided from Yugoslavia, could join together in a common statement co-signed by them. So it is possible that you may have been enemies, but there is a way to bridge whatever is the difference.
26 days ago, we witnessed a major problem, that is war, that Russia invaded Ukraine. And because of that, diplomacy failed.
Peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, law and order, and short government. Then why may we ask the need to mention security?
Many Koreans are in extreme stress because of the communist regime in the north that would like to invade the south anytime that they can.
In the field of education, the perspective of peace advocacies has to be incorporated in the various curriculum with the insertion of the different SDGs, with the culture and the arts as the core of these advocacies.
Our topic to be discussed is in the area of environment and climate change. For many, a warming climatic system is expected to impact the availability of basic necessities like fresh water, food security, and energy, while efforts to redress climate change, both through adaptation and mitigation, will similarly inform and shape the global development agenda.
Our world is crying desperately for healing. We have destroyed the best of what the planet has offered to us. We are confronted in amazement of how leaders of the world fail to understand that the planet is our home.
I have witnessed the importance that trade and tourism have for the development of countries. And now, after the pandemic, we need to unite efforts towards achieving the much needed economic recuperation we all need.
We reiterate our commitment to the Galapagos Marine Reserve, declared a World Heritage Site since 1978, and its importance was reaffirmed at the 26th Conference of the Parties to Climate Change, COP26, held in Glasgow, Scotland.
But today, we are singing new songs relating to the cries of our motherland because of climate change. We are singing of lands eroding away. We are singing of rising waters. We are singing of rising temperature. We are singing of our fight to stop climate change.
While we may be at the tail end of the pandemic, with majority of the people having received vaccination, we realize that we still have to brace its adverse consequences for many years ahead.
They even now consider adaptations to be part of the mitigation process, and that we need to focus on resilience is more than only adaptation, because we will not be in position to be adapted.
Some of the causes of the climate changes include increased greenhouse gases emissions, that is carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, use of fossil-based fuels to include your coals, petrol, diesel, and thermal energy.
Our environment, softly, is a peaceful environment and enriching one in every sector. And this has been brought about and bringing growth and development through the Second Republic.
Here I want to clarify that the Southeast Pacific Ocean region is loosely defined as the eastern side of the South Pacific Ocean, shared by Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Chile.
Climate change, it impacts all of us. But unfortunately, I think that small island states bear the brunt of the impacts of climate change, and they are really feeling the brunt of climate change, of sea level rise.
We support the vision to plant 1 billion bamboo by 2030 in accordance with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and in obedience to the call of Pope Francis in his encyclical Laudato Si on care for our common home.
We are most affected by climate change. The Philippine team has reached out to the indigenous peoples to be aware of this, as they are the ones so deeply involved as the mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes are their immediate environment.
Trying to survive their culture, because it's kind of like they're losing it. And because most of the young people of the Magats wants to get out of that place. They have this big ancestral land, and then somehow there's a lot of people that are trying to grab it from them.
We've suffered this, small islands, archipelagic states, but we're not now alone. Even developed countries are going crazy with all of being swarmed with flooding and everything. So unless, that's why we're involving artists, educators, communicators, scientists. Unless we popularize science, then we're going to be in trouble, because we have to understand how we are impacted, how what we do in our daily lives is causing all of these problems.
We are truly delighted to know that arts and artists are in the front line for SDGs awareness and promotion. Indeed, ITI is truly commendable. Kudos to our artists and advocates, and of course to Madam Cecil Guidote Alvarez. A minute ago, we just have watched what transpired yesterday. Yesterday, we listened to our Filipino leaders as they delivered their messages of felicitations, state of our country on pandemic, and their support for the purpose of our gathering. Thus, our government recognizes the inevitable call for and value of holistic health experience, peace beyond silence and boundaries, and climate justice. In fact, in session one, with the theme Peace and Social Justice, moderated by Dr. Alduin Sanchez, we were reminded of our accountabilities as catalysts of genuine respect and solidarity in times of uncertainty, war, pandemic, and economic volatility, emphasizing the value of arts and culture to redeem our humanness and be more connected to others, converging ourselves as moral exemplars in the realities of our time. In session two, with the theme Environment and Climate Change, moderated by Professor Brian Dayuta, we have realized that humans are not independent nor dominant to environment. We coexist. The session highlights high regard for mutuality and harmony, not dominance over our planet. Speakers and commentators made us realize our duty as steward for environmental sustainability. Thus, we have recognized how our environment facilitates our potential as communal beings to develop, innovate, and make our communities sustainable, create arts and new ways of human expression, not to be independent and live in isolation, but to be competent and resilient to live with our planet. Our day one made us aware that we, the people of the world, the global citizens, has the propensity to make meaning through a sense of relatedness to dimensions that transcends the self in such a way that empowers and does not devalue the individual, our planet, and the futures of our next generations. Our call for peace, social justice, sustainable living, environmental protection, and climate justice is a unifying force that vivify the very reason of our being. Today, we will be having another two equally important sessions for our advocacies. Our first session is on healthcare reform and sustainable tourism. This will be moderated by Dr. Brian Limson, a faculty member of the Faculty of Science, Technology, and Mathematics of the Philippine Normal University. And for our second session today, we will have cultural diplomacy and inclusive education towards economic recovery. This will be moderated by Dr. Tito Baclagan, a faculty member of Faculty of Behavioral and Social Sciences of the Philippine Normal University. And as we immerse ourselves to these sessions today, let us introspect through our thematic video presentations that will be shown before the commencement of every session. At the end of all our sessions today, Dr. Richard Monteverde will deliver our day two synthesis of salient points of our conference.
The oceans bind us, they don't separate us. We're joined by the waters that give us life. Together we'll clean up to save this bond between us. For this bond is life to us, it's around us, it's in us. It grieves me to see that the waters are not free. From toxic waste to oil spills, mine trailings from our meats. The destructions of the corals, garbage dumped into the sea. The forest we are killing, the land we are converting, the earth that is warming, our values are changing. The oceans bind us, they don't separate us. We're joined by the waters that give us life. Together we'll clean up to save this bond between us. For this bond is life to us, it's around us, it's in us.
afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the second day of our public forum. This session is on healthcare reform and sustainable tourism. Healthcare reform ensures that fairness and justice are properly addressed. It promotes better health services by enforcing healthcare ethics and gain a comprehensive access among individuals. Likewise, having quality healthcare and cost-effective solutions promote better chances of disease prevention. With people-oriented approach, disease outbreaks are minimized, which can create lucrative opportunities for sustainable tourism here and abroad. In the light of health, peace, and climate justice, let us hear from our distinguished guests this afternoon. To give their corresponding message, I will introduce the international speakers and national speakers before they present their video message. Afterwards, I will introduce the commentators to give their points of view. Now, to give their respective message, here are the international speakers. Mr. Mohammad Jalid, Director, Regional Bureau for Sciences in Asia and the Pacific, UNESCO Asia Pacific Region. Second, Honorable Ignacio Sanchez Amor, Member of the European Parliament. Third, Mr. Jesus de Salvador, a professor of the Catholic University of Valencia, Spain. And the last one, Señorita Olinda Salguero, the Vice President of the Mission Presidential, Spain. Now let us listen to the first international speaker to give his message, Mr. Mohammad Jalil. I believe that a letter will be read.
UNESCO continues its support for this global SDGs forum through Mr. Mohammad Jalil, Director of the Asia Pacific Bureau on Sciences. This year is the year for basic sciences towards the SDGs. This is his message. The Global SDGs Forum, organized by the Earth Savers Dreams Ensemble, will shed light on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This agenda, adopted by all United Nations member states in 2015, aspires to ensure prosperity and well-being for all women and men while protecting our planet and strengthening the foundations for peace. This is a paradigm shift that requires us all to act in new ways. Accelerating momentum towards the Sustainable Development Goals is a human right. Imperative. This is about delivering on the collective promise we made to build a better future for all. At a time when all societies face countless challenges, it is our responsibility to meet expectations, and we must do everything to strengthen the ties that bring humanity together around shared values and aspirations, around the common sense of destiny. In this context, I welcome the UNESCO Artists for Peace, Earth Savers Dreams Ensemble's initiative and continuous work alongside UNESCO in building peace in the minds of men and women. I wish them a fruitful event that I have no doubt bring people closer to mutual understanding.
Hello from Brussels, dear friends and colleagues. I would like first to thank the kind invitation of the South-South Cooperation Council and Victor Sebek, and at the same time to thank him and the South-South Cooperation Council the kind invitation to join the Policy Advisory Board of the body. It's a real pleasure and an honor to have the opportunity to work with all of you. I would have liked really to join you all in Manila, but it will be impossible on this occasion. I would like really to do so in the future. And I think the Manila Festival and Forum is an excellent stage to maintain the sustainable development goals on the stage in the international arena. Sometimes there are crises, especially the COVID, that had put a little bit of shadow on the SDG program and agenda. I would like to convey to you my congratulations for this occasion on Manila to raise again the flag of the SDGs. A couple of hints from Europe, from this corner, and I would like to underline this is a corner of the world, this is not the center. In a world in which the multipolar is the standard, I think that could be good if we manage to act in this new framework. But it's true that being a multipolar world, there are some trends in the international arena that are very worrying. For example, did you notice that in the past we managed the international relation using treaties, signing treaties, and now apparently we are changing treaties by sanctions, and the sky of the international relation is full of sanctions, like in these old maps of the Cold War, old maps of the Cold War, when you see the missiles crossing from everywhere and to everywhere. This is the kind of image I have in my mind when I say that now in the current situation in the international arena, we are using more sanctions than treaties, and this is a bad and very bad trend. Cultural diplomacy could be an enormous tool in this situation. Cultural diplomacy and the reivindication of multicultural interests could be an excellent stage to try to appease a little bit these tensions. One of the main threats that I think we have to face in the international world is the identity policies. Instead of accepting a multicultural world, and the fact that most of the nations are now multicultural, there are this raising of the identity policies. That means one region, one ethnic, one approach to the life, trying to exclude from their own bubble and any other identity. We are suffering in Europe a rise of the extreme right ideas, and the main umbrella of these ideas is the identity policies. And for that reason, I think cultural diplomacy has a very important role to play in this environment. And because we have to work in this environment, we have to talk, of course, about the COVID. COVID has been a real shaking situation for the whole world. And we have to face, I don't know if we can talk plainly of post-COVID scenario. As you know, at that very moment, I'm talking to you from Brussels in the latest days of October. There is a raising on the spike again in many parts of the world of the pandemic, and we have to be aware that it's not easy to talk plainly about a post-COVID scenario. We in Europe, we did our best. It's true that at the very beginning of the pandemic, we noticed with alarm that there was a lot of things that we didn't produce in Europe, and we have to import in this logic of the globalization that at that very moment they were not reachable. And there was a feeling of crisis because as the most part of the world, we bend on the idea that it was not important where a product could be produced if the world trade is functioning, and we could simply import things. And we discovered dramatically that there was a lot of things that at the peak of the problem we didn't have the opportunity to bring to Europe, and that has drive to this idea of the strategic autonomy. But we did our best. We put together our efforts, the 27 countries of the European Union, to face the challenge of COVID, and we managed to create a vaccine policy and a health policy beside an economic policy to try to face the main hit of the pandemics on the economic and social situation in the countries. Our approach now is, of course, that there is no post-COVID scenario if we don't work with all the world trying to face this important challenge. And we have to continue our common effort, not only to produce and to try to distribute vaccines among our members, but to try to protect the whole world. Because if there is no, as we all know, it's a topic a little bit, if we don't protect the whole world, never is protected really. And for that reason, we are proposing some things I would like to convey to you. The first one, I don't know if say the mainly one, but the most long-term approach is to have an international treaty on pandemics, a legal binding a legal binding framework in which every country under the umbrella of the World Health Organization could approach eventually another risk in the future of that kind and for that we have to put all the what we call the intelligent hub in March. That means the whole intelligence of the whole world has to be put together to try to finish the situation and to avoid and prevent other future situations. And this idea of the intelligence hub is a call for the whole world. It's a call for the North, for the South, for any kind of political regime. We have to put together all our knowledge and intelligence to try to avoid a situation like we had in the recent past. And for that, coordination is vital. Coordination is vital, and we have to bend again on the idea of the support to the science approach. We have noticing all of us a kind of surge of irrationalism again, a kind of creating doubts on the science, creating doubts on the scientific knowledge, and this is a disaster. This is a disaster because the rationalism for the last centuries in the whole world has been the most secure approach we could have to face any kind of challenge. And for that reason, to support this scientific knowledge, not only funding, but putting on the state that we have to rely on our knowledge or coming from science to take care of that kind of issues. And then the solidarity, of course. The solidarity among any developed country and any developing countries. This is a kind of network. This is not a north-south issue. We have to work taking into account that solidarity is a complex and multi-directional network. It's not only like it was in the past, a north-south direction. And for that reason, we have to remove the obstacles for having a complete protection of the world. Of course, exporting doses. We have to improve the production of vaccine. We have to improve the prices, and we have to improve the channels of distribution to the whole world to export doses. Of course, financing COVAX bottlenecks, because we are noticing there is a problem in logistics now all over the world, and this is going to affect also the distribution of vaccines. We have to be aware that the most valuable thing, the most valuable good we have to move all over the world is vaccines, not other. Of course, there are other very important products that we have to distribute all over the world, but vaccines now have to have the preference to reach any corner of the world. And Europe and the Western and the developed world has to fulfill its commitment on donations of vaccine. Europe has not fulfilled completely its previous commitments. The level of donations has reached only third, more or less, that we promised some months ago, but the European Union reacted, and the European Union has bought more vaccines, and I think we are going to fulfill our commitments in the coming months. Then there are other projects. For example, in Africa, we are having the European Union is having a program with some private financial partners to try to create the capacity to produce vaccines on the field. And this is another wall against this vaccines apartheid that some of the African leaders talk about recently. Because we have to be aware that in the low-income countries, only 2% of the population has been vaccinated. In the higher level of income, the percentage is 50. In the European Union is 75. And we have to be aware of the situation. We have to reinforce our...
Your Excellency, Senator of Republic of the Philippines, Your Excellency, and your illustrious authorities, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This year is a very special year for several reasons. First, for being hopeful the beginning of the exit of this dark tunnel called coronavirus in the world. And after, because here is the 450th anniversary of founding of Manila City and the 500 years of evangelization of the Philippines by Europeans, Spanish, and it is its own story that can light the way in these dark and difficult times when we need resilient action based on science and art through forums as organized by ResilArt and under the patronage of UNESCO, and with the Sustainable Development Goals to save the planet and humanity. And the Manila Galleon will be the lighthouse that will give light to that difficult world that lies ahead of us, and of course to my Congolese friends. I am going to talk to you about the first global eradication of a disease originating from a virus, smallpox, and above all, how the historical process of the fight against the virus, the Manila Galleon, was a fundamental element. Smallpox was a serious disease, infectious, contagious, and with a risk of the death between 20 to 30% with difficult consequences that for at least 3,000 years had devastated humanity, and that only in the 20th century had caused 300 million of the death. It was officially eradicated in 1980 at the 35th World Health Assembly after a 10 years vaccination campaign. But one of the greatest efforts in the beginning of this titanic fight against smallpox took place with the Spanish Royal Philanthropic Expeditionary of the vaccine by the Manila Galleon, despite climatic, geographical, and even political adversities, is the first the great scientific triumph of the first global vaccination in history. Europe, Africa, America, Asia, and Oceania, which it would begin in 1803, and it would end in 1912, and where the Manila Galleon was fundamental. The epic of the Manila Galleon was started by versatile and polyphacetic person, officer, religious, military, marine, scientists, who embarked on the adventure and the discovery of other cultures. Moreover, started the Royal Mail, official mail between Acapulco and Manila, because the Captain General of Philippines depend to the Viceroyalty of New Spain, currently Mexico. History of Manila Galleon is the story of humanity in search of progress and development of the new horizons, where the people and different cultures converge to get a better life together. and creating the longest trade route in the story for 250 years, and that without doubt helped to create the first globalization by joining America with Asia, and therefore joining the classic route of silk from China to Europe with the Spanish route to the Americas, thanks to the galleon of Manila. The beginning of minor galleon was on November 21 in 1564, when Miguel López de Legazpi set sail for the Philippine island from the port of Natividad, Christmas, in Jalisco, Mexico, and entered to the Pacific Ocean, following the route of the first bypass of the planet initiated by Fernando de Magallanes and completed by Juan Sebastián Elcano. Legazpi, former mayor of Mexico, founded the city of Manila 450 years ago on June 24 in 1571, and sent an expedition back to New Spain, currently Mexico, seeking the return route to so-called Torna Viaje, led by Fray Andrés de Urdaneta, a character who was a military man, cosmographer, sailor, explorer, and Augustine religious, and who had already been in Asia Oceania with Juan Sebastián Elcano's second expedition, and who claimed to have the secret of the tour. Surely the result of his stay of almost 6 years in the Moluccas island. That is why he received the order of the king to lead this expedition, since he claimed that he could return by boat or even a chariot. And he found it when he found the current Kuroshio, Japan Kuroshio, that runs parallel to Japan from south to north, to one that, as this said, ice appeared on the region. Humanity got rid of smallpox thanks to the genius of science, the coordination of all institutions, and the philanthropy demonstrated by all, especially in history, to characters like Francisco Balmis and his navigation in the Manila galleon. Today, the solution should be similar, a combination of science, more solidarity, more international cooperation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello everyone, great pleasure for me to address this forum because all the 17 SDGs has been a leading priority not only for the United Nations system but also for all the forums I have been working through many years. First of all, in the Esquipulas Foundation that was established in Guatemala. I'm from Guatemala, but also in the Central American Integration System, in which I had the privilege of the last 4 years to serve as a chief of staff. And right now, I'm serving in the Latin American Presidential Mission as the vice president and the executive director. So I congratulate you for this important event, and I appreciate your invitation. As President Cerezo mentioned, we have a particular affection for our brothers and sisters in the Philippines because of our mutual history linked with Spain. I was in Manila a couple of years ago, and honestly, I was amazed for all the culture, the history, and the many links we have. On the other hand, in Central America is an important region with great opportunities and great challenges also. If we consider the 8 countries that belong to the Central American Integration System, that is Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, and the Dominican Republic, we are talking about of more than 60 million people. Most of this population is under 30 years, so we are talking about a young region. And here is something that is really really important, and I want to emphasize, more than the half of the population in Central America are women. And we cannot talk about development, peace, integration, climate change, disaster management, and any topic without women. We have to be in the center of the discussion, and when you invest in women, as it is proved in many different countries, you invest in complete families and the whole society. So I look forward to taking part in the formulation of Manila Platform of Action and taking into relevant for Central and South America, because I think we have to consider this regional approach to have more opportunities and to be civilized that the regions, of sub-regions, we have many problems in common, but we need different kind of solutions, not exactly the same. And if we take into consideration that Central America is one of the most vulnerable regions because of the climate change, we have to consider that we have to do many things to stop migration, to avoid the climate migration, that not all the people is talking about that. And that's why we are creating an endowment for all this topic, to climate change, disaster management, and to work directly with youth and women. And I think that we don't have to forget, and that's why I think the big umbrella of this forum is fantastic. I really like it, because culture is the cement of our societies, and we can build many different bridges through it. So it is because we can focus on what unite us instead of what our differences. So culture is very important. So congratulations to Cecile Alvarez for this initiative and the work of South-South Cooperation Council, which I am honored to belong to, under the Victor Seve coordination for all this effort. In Central America, in Guatemala, you not only have a friend, you have a promoter and a person that is available to work in all these platforms. So please take into consideration this region in this important platform. Thank you very much.
All right. So thank you to our international plenary speakers. But, before I call on our national speakers to give their respective message, let me highlight the message delivered by our international plenary speakers. First, the message of Mr. Mohammad Jalid elaborated the spread of scientific knowledge for peace and wellness for humanity. Second, the message of Honorable Ignacio Sanchez Amor expressed new possibilities for action if we consider the following. First is One Health. Then, One Global Health or Solidarity. Vaccines preparation is the third, and to adjust the prices of the vaccines. So in other words, the message of Honorable Ignacio Sanchez Amor gives us the paradigm to value the language pattern of biology using scientific knowledge and the power of scientific method. Next, the message of Professor Jesus de Salvador gave us a rational understanding that taking resilient action is based on science and art. He also stressed that the history of Manila Galleon is the history of humanity. So that's very profound, no? I repeat, no? The history of Manila Galleon is the history of humanity. Therefore, in gaining better approximations of the world is to embrace humanity. And last but not the least, Señorita Olinda Salguero signified a thoughtful understanding of affection. She mentioned that there is social cohesion between Spain and the Philippines in the context of history and culture. Also, she reminds us that the youth and women of today gravitate our motivation to address world issues like climate crisis and disaster management. Now, for the national message, we have the following plenary speakers. First is Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo. He is the chair on the Committee on Health and Demography. Second, we have Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, the Secretary of the Department of Tourism. And third, we have Yusek Jonathan E. Malaya. He's the Undersecretary for Plans, Public Affairs, and Communication in the Department of Interior and Local Government.
A pleasant day to everyone. I'm deeply honored to join you in today's festival forum, which aims to showcase how the arts could serve as healer of traumas caused by COVID-19. The pandemic has indeed caused physical, emotional, mental, and even financial trauma to many people from all over the world. Some of them reach a breaking point while others cope up through pursuing hobbies or other creative outlets. That is why I express my appreciation for your continuous efforts in organizing events and activities such as this. I join everyone in our collective action as we lift up the hope that we share together as global citizens. Now, more than ever, we need to stand united and remain committed in the achievement and realization of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As chair of the Senate Committee on Health and Demography, I am committed to pursue the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for health, particularly on achieving universal health coverage and improving access to quality essential healthcare services for all. In the Senate, I authored laws that will address immediate and practical needs of Filipinos. Among those is Republic Act 11463 or the Malasakit Centers Act, which establishes Malasakit Centers in all DOH-run hospitals and the PGH to give convenient access to quality and affordable healthcare to all Filipinos. I also continue to look for solutions to problems in the delivery of effective healthcare to our people. Thus, I had successfully pushed for the enactment of 24 local hospital laws, which will upgrade and establish public hospitals nationwide. Another 15 measures to improve and establish Department of Health hospitals across the country are awaiting signature of the President. I also propose the establishment of super health centers nationwide to give Filipinos better access to government healthcare services, especially in rural areas where they are needed the most. Through this, Filipinos will not have to go to big hospitals in towns or city centers. Through this, we are nearer to our goal of a healthier and a more resilient nation. I will continue to be dedicated in the mandate to further invest in our country's healthcare system. Rest assured that I will continue to support all programs, projects, and initiatives that would help uplift and improve the quality of lives of every Filipino, especially the helpless and the hopeless. As we face both local and global challenges, let us always ignite the spirit of bayanihan, malasakit, and civic unity as we extend help and service to those who are in need. Once again, thank you and congratulations to all the organizers and participants of this festival forum. Mabuhay!
Truly, this is a good opportunity to weave together culture and the arts, environment and conservation, development and the economy in one dynamic conversation with the common goal of building a peaceful and just society. Now, the urgency is greater than ever as we struggle to overcome the wide-ranging effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. On behalf of the Department of Tourism, I am grateful to the Earth Savers and the Philippine Center of the International Theater Institute for their support in our quest to revive the tourism industry. As you all know, the pandemic has severely disrupted tourism in the country, and it continues to do so. Millions of Filipinos employed in the tourism sector, informally or formally, have faced retrenchment and income loss. The DOT has already initiated its tourism response and recovery program to mitigate the effects among our stakeholders and pave the way for the resumption of tourism. While we fervently look forward to the day we can reopen our borders with complete confidence, I want to stress that we are doing so with careful planning and consideration of the health and safety of our people, as well as that of the environment and of our natural resources. COVID-19 has undoubtedly caused a lot of pain and suffering in our society, but the side effect of the slowdown was that nature had the chance to regenerate when humans left it alone. The same principle of closure also applies to the annual 3-month fishing ban in the Visayan Sea, which Capiz is part of. The ban aims to conserve herring, mackerel, and sardines in the area by allowing them to spawn, thus making fishing more sustainable, and the province deserving of its title as the seafood capital of the Philippines. We closed Boracay for the same reason in 2018, to give the island some time to breathe while rehabilitation works were underway. When Boracay reopened 6 months later, we maintained the carrying capacity and implemented measures to make sure the island won't suffer from over-tourism again. Moving forward, the Department of Tourism is committed to sustaining a healthier tourism ecosystem. Instead of quantity and mass tourism, we seek quality and encourage bespoke tours that offer meaningful experience to both the tourists and the host community. People have been locked up in their homes for a long time. They have sacrificed a lot for the sake of the greater good. When they travel again, it will be for the real connections they've been craving. I'm pleased to note that we have reprioritized our tourism products to focus on culture and heritage as well as nature, adventure, and wellness. In the coming months, the different regional offices of the Department of Tourism will unveil new tourism circuits that capitalize on each region's unique offerings, whether they be culinary, historical, religious, or artistic, or cater to the growing market of cyclists and divers, or promote holistic wellness and healthy living through farm tourism. Today's webinar is about biocultural diversity, a term that is certainly an important element in our sustainable tourism policies. Simply put, biocultural diversity is the complex relationship between biodiversity and cultural diversity, the diversity of humans interacting with nature. Tourism is all about biocultural diversity as it depends on people, usually indigenous or local communities, managing or protecting sites like mangrove forests, rice terraces, or habitats populated by endemic species. Of course, overdevelopment and the wrong kind of tourism have led to the loss of these habitats and the marginalization of the communities whose lives are linked to them. It is the DOT's mandate to develop a tourism industry that is not only sustainable but inclusive. Tourism has also enabled the conservation of an environment, transforming farmer hunters, poachers, and loggers into guides and rangers. From north to south, we work with tribal communities to help them showcase their culture, traditions, cuisine, and crafts through community-based ecotourism projects that allow them to benefit directly from tourism. Pre-pandemic, we promoted homestays with IP families so that tourists get to experience life as it is lived in the rural areas. One of my favorite experiences during my stint at the Department of Agriculture can be considered a biocultural heritage tour, hiking upland in the Cordilleras to participate in the rice planting and harvesting rituals. It is the women farmers who have kept their culture and identity alive, being the primary knowledge holders on seed keeping and selection, planting and harvesting. Connecting the farmers to restaurants and new markets have enabled them to sustain their practices. The slow food movement, Terra Madre, and UNESCO are also helping preserve the indigenous knowledge of rice cultivation and biodiversity of unique heirloom rice varieties. Cultural heritage tourism is one of the largest and fastest growing global tourism markets. Our country is best known for its island beaches, but our own fascinating history and rich biocultural diversities are areas that should and will be further explored and highlighted. Biocultural diversity is the cornerstone of a resilient planet. When we understand how interconnected nature and humans are, we will respect diversity in all its forms and strive to protect it. Restoring and reviving the tourism industry will bring back the livelihoods of all the community workers, guides, weavers, fishers, and farmers, folk and traditional practitioners who depend on tourism to help preserve their home and their heritage. Again, thank you, Director Cecil, for your unwavering efforts in harnessing the power of the creative and performing arts to transform society and humanity as we celebrate National Heritage Month and Month of the Ocean this May. Let us do our best to raise awareness on how our heritage is also inextricably linked to the ocean, and that to preserve our seas is to preserve the communities that depend on it for generations to come. This is Berna Romulo Puyat from the Department of Tourism. Thank you again for inviting us. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
This is a special message from the Department of Interior and Local Government, headed by Secretary Anyo, and given to us by Yusek Jonathan Malaya. We are opening a timely discourse on health, peace, and climate justice through culture, arts, and good governance in the Manila SDGs International Resiliart Earth-Saving Public Forum and Festival. It is an honor for DILG to be part of this momentous endeavor. We are finally seeing a light at the end of a long tunnel in this pandemic, with the decreasing number of COVID-19 cases, easing of restrictions, and gradual reopening of businesses and the economy. This is why, since day one, DILG, as part of the Interagency Task Force in managing emerging infectious diseases, has been in the forefront of efforts to help our people and country heal, recover, and rise above the 19 pandemic. Our uniformed sector, from the police, fire, and jail bureaus, risk their health and their lives and work 24/7 to enforce the quarantine protocols while ensuring peace and order in the communities. At the start of the lockdown, DILG activated barangay health emergency response teams to provide immediate emergency assistance in the local communities. Additionally, we joined DOH for Bida ang May Disiplina advocacy campaign to encourage people to practice discipline for public health standards. Overcoming the pandemic requires the support and cooperation of everyone, and the Bida May Disiplina program makes each one a Bida in his or her own right by being responsible and disciplined. Alongside law enforcement, we give credit where it is due. Today, DILG holds awarding ceremonies to recognize the best performing LGUs for their implementation of the Safety Seal certification. We will rise above COVID-19 as a people and as a country, and we will rise above this together, stronger and more resilient. By Undersecretary Jonathan Malaya.
All right. So there you go. No? So before we move on, let me just give the highlights of our national plenary speakers. And these are as follows. Senator Christopher Lawrence Bongo effectively bind pure optimism to address the physical, emotional, psychological, and financial traumas. This enables us to take collective action to stand united and remain committed for a healthier and resilient nation. The bottom line here is to improve the quality of life for every Filipino citizen. Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat gave us an absolute clarity that biocultural diversity is the cornerstone of a resilient planet. Likewise, she pointed out that to understand the interconnectedness between humans and nature is to allow us to make inferences on our assumptions based from our discernment. Lastly, on biocultural heritage, we have to validate our opinion with the truth through science, culture, and wellness. And the focal point of the message of Yusek Jonathan Malaya is to have hope, no? And hope becomes the building block of our understanding to value public health. And now, to give their comments, let me introduce first our international commentator, followed by our national commentators. And we have here, for the international commentator, we have Dr. Su Pong Chua. She'll be giving a pre-recorded video. And Dr. Su Pong Chua is the president of the Asia Arts Connection in Singapore. Let's hear her pre-recorded video.
Start now?
Yes,
You can start now.
1, action. You can start now.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to join this international forum. And as Madame Cecile had told me that she wanted me to talk about cultural diplomacies and the arts. So I will talk about this topic before we move on to about how the artists and the arts community is coping with the pandemic in Singapore. As we know that in today's hyper-connected world, cultural diplomacy is an essential part of international relations, as both the governmental and NGOs actors engage with global publics to share ideas and experiences, influence views, and inspire actions for a better world, like what we are doing now in this forum. So I want to talk about, how such action, how such collaborations can help to promote understanding by discussing an example. The example is collaborations between Vietnam National Theatre and Singapore Arts Group, the Singapore Chinese Dance Theatre, Indian Fine Arts Society, and Juan's Dancers, a Malay dance group. What we did 5 years ago is to get artists together to do 2 stories. One story is a Singapore story performed by Vietnamese artists, and the other is a Vietnamese story performed by Singaporean artists. Now, this is the Vietnamese artist of the Chiao Theatre, and this is a Chinese Chinese opera actress from Singapore. The story is the tale of Bukit Merah, the tale of the Red Hill, talking about how a king actually killed a boy who made good suggestions to defeat the fish that were attacking Singapore many years ago. This is a tale. So we have children performing the story. We have secondary students of different ethnic groups, Indian, Malay, Chinese students perform together. And then look at this. We have a Vietnamese national tuang group performing this Singapore story. And they brought this story to Indonesia. And the audience there actually have very positive response and saying that ASEAN artists, artists in the regions should tell stories of each other to their young people, so that by doing that, we get to know each other better. Indeed, when they were performed in Indonesia, Professor Pudentia of the University of Indonesia commented that such kind of cross-cultural creations in theater will be very good, for promoting understandings between the peoples of ASEAN. So the story was also brought to Japan by this group of Singapore students, and as well as the National Tuong Theatre, like the poster in the left-hand side. They perform in Vietnam as well, and I think that it is with this effort, we commemorate the diplomatic relations of 45th anniversary between Vietnam and Singapore in 2017. And this year, is the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between Vietnam and Singapore. Although, we are still, not coming out from the pandemic yet, but we are already discussing how we can continue to collaborate via, Zoom or other platforms. It should not deter us from the, collaboration. Now, how the Singapore artists cope with the pandemic? Well, the Singapore National Arts Council have many new grants to assist the arts group to, upgrade their technical capability to record their works and present them, in the YouTube or online or direct, broadcasting online, so that a show that reach out to only like say 600 audience in the theater could now reach thousands, not just for Singaporean audience but also audience abroad. For example, in the recent celebration of the 10th anniversary of the National Art Academy of Malaysia, they recorded their show and showed them online, and it is actually receiving greater audienceships than performing in the theater in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah, so I think this had actually, in a way, encouraged the artists who were not able to use the technology in the past to now master the technique of technology and to produce and document their performances for online, usage and for the audience locally and internationally. So these grants are helping the arts groups very much, and it is one of the effective way to keep the audience and to reach out to new audiences. Another example is this one. You see, this is one of the most prominent Malay dance group in Singapore, Sri Warisan. Recently, they produced a show that actually trace the development of the Malay dance in Singapore in the last decades. So they recorded the dances created by the pioneers, and now young people can learn how dances, how of the Malay community were performed in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s. So this this documentary with historical perspective is very educational and as well as entertaining. Now, recently, the late Mrs. Bhaskar, produced these butterfly lovers, an Indian dance, but inspired by a Chinese love story, the butterfly lovers, how the true lovers were forced to marry somebody they are not willing to marry. And both of them actually had sacrificed their life and transformed into a pair of butterflies. This love story was reproduced by the late Mrs. Bhaskar's daughter, Meena Bhaskar, with great success. Now, the next example is this one. This is a form of Malay theater called Bangsawan. Bangsawan is a commercial theater that started actually in the 19th century. The form was introduced by a visiting group from Penang, Malaysia, called Malaya at that time. Yeah? And Bangsawan had gone through its ups and downs, and almost the art form had almost disappeared until the revival movement started in the recent years. This group, the Anglik Temasek Bangsawan group, had reproduced this classic by Mr. Hamid, the pioneer of Bangsawan. He wrote this script many years ago and was staged very recently presented by the Malay Culture Center of Malay Heritage Center of Singapore. So you can see that this colorful, this very entertaining Malay traditional theater is coming back, during this pandemic. Now, what did they do was that they gathered the veterans as well as train young people to perform these genres. They also go to school, to the Nanhua school, the secondary school, to conduct workshops. So I think the pandemic has not deterred the artists from innovation. So they have to find new ways of keeping the heritage alive, keeping their groups with new injected energies.
All right. Now, so those were the comments of Dr. Su Pong Chua. No? Before we move on, to the video of Dr. Ted Esguerra, no? So let me just highlight the comments of Dr. Su Pong Chua. No? So he concretized cultural diversity to promote commitment and readiness towards global collaboration. And now, let us watch a video coming from Dr. Ted Esguerra.
I am Dr. Ted Esguerra. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a COVID survivor. I'm a composer, ethnic music singer, and instrumentalist. And I've been doing it for around 3 decades already. My art form is music, playing ethnic instruments. But I do musical score in street theater. I do visual arts. I paint and do sculpture. And I incorporated science, arts, philosophy in the approaches relating everything towards understanding life all the more. I'm a cultural worker at the same time being a person or a son of Mindanao. This kind of workshop is a merger of science, like understanding the hazards that probably hit not only our healthcare workers but also all Filipinos. We talk about the hazards of earthquake, flood, pandemic, and even fire.
All right, so that was a very profound, very interesting, and very enthusiastic video by Dr. Ted Esguerra. Dr. Ted, thank you po for presenting your video. No? So we are, deeply mesmerized by the ones you presented. No? So Dr. Ted Esguerra is, every Sunday, I watch the segment, in disaster risk. That was every morning. Yes, Doc. We learned a lot from you. Okay, so for our national commentators, let me just acknowledge their names, for them to give their points of view. So the following, so we have inside the Zoom, so we have Dr. Theo Franci, Medical Services, and also belongs to the Philippine Mount Everest Expedition Team. So he is in the Zoom. Hello, Doc Ted. Then second, we have Mr. Lutgardo Labad. He is also inside the Zoom. Mr. Lutgardo Labad is the chairman of ITI PH Music Theater Now Network. Hello po, Mr. Labad. And next, we have Mr. Al Dalisay Tesoro. So Mr. Al Dalisay Tesoro is the Provincial Tourism and Cultural Affairs Officers. Affairs Officer, province of Capiz. So we welcome you, Mr. Al
All around
Tesoro.
us,
And
the
we
unifying
have the
force
following
that vivify the very
commentators who are present on site.
Help
We
and
have
service
here,
to
comments. Dr.
make a good
Herbert
stand by the
Glenn Reyes.
They also
Dr.
go to
Herbert
school.
Glenn Reyes, so that was the president of the Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology. This one is in Tangub City, Misamis Oriental. So let us hear their comments. And by the way, just to remind our commentators, we have 5 minutes. So you have 5 minutes to give your comments.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I cannot just appear just in front of you because I'm on duty right now, being a doctor. My position as a physician and at the same time as an artist is we are still in the campaign of really reaching out to the peripheries of our country. As we can see in the 1987 Constitution, in Article 2, Section 15, it talks about the right to health of every Filipino. But we have still quite a problem because of our archipelagic format. And there are the underserved, particularly the poor. We still have, the high maternal and newborn mortality rate, and we have high fertility rate. And at the same time, our country is along the accident and disaster corridor. Our country has the 5th longest shoreline on Earth, and we are vulnerable to so many things, particularly the effects of climate change. As we can see, we've been experiencing like extended dry monsoon or even drought, and we have some sorts of flood, and the typhoon comes in. 21 of them, 9 of them will make landfall, and 4 to 5 will be in categories 4 and 5. So imagine the insult. And just because of this disaster, the subsequent hazards that come in that affects our countrymen, particularly the vector-borne like malaria, dengue. And even as we experience the pandemic right now, we don't have the healthcare facilities intended to track or to detect the COVID-19. Most of the facilities are located in the city centers. So this is a challenge for me as a doctor and at the same time as an artist. We can resolve this by really doing a deep dive in understanding the right to health of every Filipino, and at the same time to encourage our raw talent, particularly our tribes. We have indigenous ways of creating our medicine for non-complicated illness. Like for example, if we have stomach ache or simply like a fever, unless you go for operation, surgical operation. So we can merge both East and West. In the universities, we were taught that science and arts are somehow in different worlds. Well, I say yes and no, but I would be in the yes. We can put a merger on philosophy, science, even faith, and bring them forth towards facing the new normal challenges of the new normal times. So I am Dr. Ted Esguerra. I am a disaster doctor and at the same time, I am an artist. So I greet you all, mabuhay and padayon.
Good afternoon, magandang hapon in our national language. I come from Bohol, which is in the center of the country, and we have been hit a lot of times with all of these climate change disasters. But I've also been trained in the use of the arts for development and for transformation. And I'd like to thank this opportunity for our province to be able to share our experiences and insights about this most important topic. And most especially to Madam Cecil Guidote Alvarez, who has been my teacher for decades, in how we can transform lives and communities by the powerful use of the arts. I will start with a series of slides just to anchor us in what happened exactly in Bohol. Because the tragedy of our island states or island countries are not just about countries. It can also about small islands that are not countries but are members of a bigger province. They can be island barangays, as we call them, or island villages. And this is one of the greatest tragedies that has happened to our province. So allow me to share my slides. This is our governor. So I really would be speaking also on his behalf and the leadership's behalf, because our province has a very strongly motivated leadership that believes that everybody must come to converge to really build a beautiful province. And our governor has organized, after 2 months of this disaster, we're still coping up with it. We had this Bohol Resilience Summit, and we reviewed what has happened. And these are pictures that show to you the extent of the damage in our province. Now, this is not only in my province, I'm sure this is echoed in all the other provinces of the Visayas and Mindanao. Loss of connectivity, loss of damaged houses, and the struggle to rebuild new homes and new designs for homes, okay? Because livelihood, nature destroyed, all of these mango trees, banana trees, hectares of fish ponds damaged, and everybody has been requested to really look into agriculture once again. And there are a lot of programs that has been initiated or re-initiated. We have opened an old airport as a farmer's market. And because it is now established that our province is in the path of all of these climate catastrophes, we have to take this seriously and look at all the towers of electricity toppled down in the province. We were about a month without electricity. Until now, there are still some towns in our province that are lost in darkness. Okay, so one of the major action is to strictly implement the land use plans. Okay, no build zones, building better. Our governor is really pushing for a resilience center, and not just a school, but to really build special resilience centers, to legislate new building codes attuned with climate change, to develop design guidelines for new structures, a super school and evacuation center, okay, and our citizens trained to face calamities. And part of the summit is to review the basic science of addressing this kind of hazards, like what Madame Cecile has told us, to popularize science. Okay, so we need to immerse ourselves in all of the science language and universe so that we understand where we are living and how we are living with this kind of geology with us. So all of this is now going to be mainstreamed in the different schools and NGOs so that we understand what all of this means, what is disaster, what is geology, how to finance, how to develop. And our congressman was a former governor of Bohol, has started to develop an advocacy on climate emergency. Okay. There. Okay. So a roadmap, no, is to support small islands and coastal communities vulnerable to tidal floods. We have to craft our own declaration of climate emergency, strengthen convergence of adaptation and mitigation, and guide us on how we can enhance our own resilience. So we want to lead the call for climate justice, hold the major carbon emitters accountable to their promised financial assistance to the most vulnerable countries to climate change like the Philippines. Okay. So I'd like to go to one of the responses of the art sectors, and this is through arts. During the midst of coping with this disaster, we had one of our cultural treasures come together and do, because of the pandemic too, we have to develop this new medium of virtual technology. So we were already slowly being adept at it. So this is one of those video showing that artists care, that we want to instill hope to the people who have been devastated by these floods and by this wind, this storm. So can we play, please, the Paraiso of the Lobok Children's Choir? It's one of our beautiful rivers. After Odette,
Return to land called Paraiso, place where kind reference. No birds there fly over Paraiso, no space allows them to endure the smoke that screams the air, the grass that's never there. And if I could see a single bird, what a joy and delight to write some words and create a single word to be heard by the rest
gospel piano.
of the world. I lived in this land called Paraiso, in a house made of cardboard floors and walls. I learned to be free in Paraiso.
Hope to bring back paradise.
Anything I see, matches on my clothes, plastic bags for the cold, and if empty cans are all I have, what a joy. I never tried to take someone else's voice and live and feel like the rest.
Musical instruments, joy, life.
Paraiso, help me make a stand. Paraiso, take me by the hand. Paraiso, make the world understand. And if I could see a single bird, what a joy to
Number of
fly in the
constituents,
hungry land could
national
set
government
us
agents working with our local government and our local community prevailed. So now, feeling the process.
Cats were all they had. What a joy. I never tried to take someone else's voice and live and feel like the rest.
50 years ago, have won national and international accolades. They're our best ambassadors of peace. Through them, we will fight
And if I could see a single bird, what a joy to start, and hungry land could expect some truth and hope and respect from the rest of the
I hope you could indulge me to share the actual arts and culture response during the first 2 months. It's a short video showing 3 minutes only, showing how we artists were, I'm a member of the theater group, Kasing Sining, and a member of the Arts Council of Bohol, made up of different cultural groups, visual arts, media, music, etc., and how we first help each other, and then how we help reach out to this island community in the north, where almost 90% has been of families, of homes and livelihoods has been impacted. And that was the first, through the help of friends, networking. So networking, collaboration, cooperation is so essential for the first stages of recovery. And after that, we did a lot of, for the National Arts Month last February, we did an arts caravan. We call it Ginhawa, after the National Commission for Culture and the Arts theme, Caravan for Peace, paglaom sa ang sining ng pag-asa. For us, it's sining alay sa paglaom. Arts for peace, arts for hope. Okay, and it's a whole pedagogy using the arts, okay, which we learned from Cecile, from PETA, from the ITI. And then we had our own psychological debriefing, first aid, and then we have processed the communities, and they created themes with they themselves, the communities created their short showcases on how they responded to the damage and how they want to move on. So this is a 3-minute excerpt of that whole program of ours for Ginhawa sa Sining, or breathing for hope through the arts. Can we have that video, please? See ourselves, our group, about Rhino, about 3 hours.
Kapag bagyo noon, o wa ka ko kabalhin, hurot jud akong anak, akong apo.
Nahadlok mi kay ag tubig kanang isa ka na taga-diari na ba niya. Nanguan mi dito nang bakwit mi dito as kan.
Materials from my friends, seminaries.
Pag-ingon na niya ko, anay bagyo. Diha na. Bahala gubagbay, basta walang joy, walang ginatabo na mo.
Kasi?
Bato! Sharing food, sharing music.
Kay Father Val Pinlat. National Association.
Relief Kitchen. The Lobok Children's Choir performing for the devastated community. It was in January. In February, we have the Arts Month program. We went to another town, Talibon, and we brought 100 youth. This is a youth health-driven program. The sharing, how they convey their experiences in dance, music, drama, integrated arts approach.
Ako ni moabot nga bagyo nga.
Lumabas ako sa aming tahanan.
Among balay hapit gidagit pero sige lang.
Ay, may gani nawa na ang bagyo.
At iyak ako ng iyak. Bakit kaya?
Nakakatuwa.
Very creative man din atong mga kabataan.
Honesty through art.
Ato ang kinabuhi.
This is our bishop.
Hindi natong gi-restore.
Culmination, everybody dancing in hope for a better day, for better days to come.
From all the sands we sing it tayo sayaw.
Shout and then dance. So you see, this is just the beginning, and we hope this program of on the SDGs using the arts will really help provide more resilience and hope to our communities who are still groping and rebuilding. And as our last finale, I'd like to Secretary Puyat superbly, excellently described the role of the arts in tourism and development, biocultural diversity. And it was she and their department in the Tourism Board of the Philippines who sponsored the development of music MTVs, videos of the Lobok Choir as an alternative to direct tourism. So this is an output as our offering for those who are in the pandemic zone, so that we know we want to have tourism, our cultural livelihoods rebuilt, and this is the finale of the Bohol sharing on our arts, culture, and tourism. In this, the title of this video is Bahandi, Treasure. So it means our treasures will always be there, no matter what happens. Our heritage, our local industries, our local crafts, our local beliefs, and this is what we are pledging to conserve, to preserve, to promote, even in times of disaster and crisis, because in that heritage is our values, is our soul, is our spirit. So, Bahandi for all of you. Lobok River. our weaver, continue to their craft, willingly. There is a treasure in the east. Keep attached. Musical instrument playing, Arondalia. Dancing, folk dance, the different sounds. Taking calamay, coconut based Thank you very much.
Wow. So yes, no. So Bahandi, Mr. Labat, no. So Mr. Labat is very passionate, no, about the art. So I was so impressed and surprised by the videos presented. It is very touching, and I learned something today. One word, Bahandi. Bahandi means kayamanan, ano. And
Yes.
yeah, no, and it reminds me of one word of all the videos you presented, the words you gave, no. One word, grateful. Grateful to celebrate life through music, arts, and altruism.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Labat. Bahandi to you, Bahandi to everyone. Again, last but not the least, no. So we have the Provincial Tourism and Cultural Affairs Officer of the province of Capiz, ano? Mr. Al Dalisay Tesoro. Good afternoon po, sir.
Thank you for this invitation, especially to Madam Cecil Guidotti Alvarez. After my short talk, can we have a share screen for a very short video later? Okay. Thank you. All our discussions this afternoon focusing on healthcare reform linked to sustainable tourism redounds to its implications and contextualizations in the local level, how it is best contextualized in the local government unit. Here in the province of Capiz, for us, sustainable tourism development is the management of all resources that meet the needs of tourists and host communities in the province while protecting the opportunities for the future in such a way that economic, social, and aesthetic needs can be fulfilled while maintaining cultural integrity essential ecological processes, biological diversity, and life support system. This is well articulated in the provincial tourism code. And so the province of Capiz promotes a tourism industry that is ecologically sustainable, responsible, participative, culturally sensitive, and ethically and socially equitable for local communities. We recognize sustainable tourism as an engine of local socio-economic growth, as well as the development and enrichment of culture. Then encourage particularly private sector's participation for the development of tourism, more specifically of community-based rural tourism, promotion of creative industry, and the innovative practices on green tourism. And we have several programs, projects, and activities that we implemented, guided by this vision. I'd like to share one of the project that we have is what we call Sulhay, which means wellness. Sulhay, harnessing creative capacities towards mental health and community well-being. This is in partnership with the Philippine Educational Theater Association, or PETA, and the the Balik Kalipay Center for Psychosocial Response Incorporated, and with the Guidance Counselor Network of Capiz Incorporated. We had this program in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, as we all aware of that it affects our mental health. But we are using creative expression with this program. And with this, we were able to organize a pool of trainers, and we were able also to plan, develop, and sample creative modules and integrative activities for psychosocial support in various community groups. And our pool of facilitators that were trained are the guidance counselors from the various private and public schools in the province. We have also the medical frontliners, the social workers, artists, and the other frontliners like the PNP, and also from the youth sector. And our programs, our activities, specifically, we have this street market or manindahanta, but this is an innovation of the usual street market. We involve the farmers, specifically those farm tourism sites, the fisher folks, the artists, the artisans, and the indigenous peoples communities. For we are created livelihood opportunities for our indigenous peoples here in the province of Capiz. And this project, the Manindahanta or street market, was awarded for the Excel Award of the Department of Local Government, Department of Interior and Local Government in the whole region for its innovative approaches as part of the economic dimension of tourism governance. And we got a second runner-up in the whole region. And so we espoused culture-based governance in the province of Capiz. What I'm wearing right now is the face mask with a panubok design of the Panay Bukidnon, an indigenous peoples community in Tapas Capiz, and we have helped them continue safeguarding their intangible cultural heritage, specifically panubok design, by providing them free materials and helping them market their products. And so before I end, I'd like to show you a short video. This is a video of our contestant for Miss Universe Philippines last year, Miss Universe Philippines copies candidate. I just like to emphasize here that with the various sectors, as we espouse culture-based governance, the private sector, even how we innovate, no? How we connect with the community, and how we espouse our culture, even among young people.
My feet have taken me to a lot of places, and I loved where I have been. But these feet will always lead me back to where my heart is. Home. Here, where I am free, where I am safe, where food is shared with neighbors, where stories connect nature and people, where the past is as valued as the present, where resiliency is the strongest character, and unity is the language of love.
Mabuhay! Ako si Cherry Angel Algrejales, a proud Kapisnon. Join me as we capture Capi!
Our long stretch of beaches invite you to be carefree and relive the child in you. Caves do not only shelter living things, but also stories of our gallant heroes. And hills hold some of the country's tallest statues of veneration, resembling the faith of its people. And our churches withstand the test of time and calamities. We progress by teaching the young people the old ways of our folks and the knowledge of our indigenous peoples, so they remain grounded and rightful bearers of the Kapisnon culture. We tell our tales through our dances and chants, offer our dishes and delicacies. This is what we own, and this is what we share. Capiz is about its people, its stories. Now, let your feet lead you to my home. With our windows open, I am here showing Capiz to the rest of the universe.
Thank you.
Wow. So, beautiful copies, no? Mr. Tesoro, I think I'm planning my first destination after this post-pandemic. No? It makes me get motivated to visit copies. Ano? And yeah, Mr. Tesoro, I like your mask. No? It's very indigenous. It's very Filipino. Okay, and I also learned that there's this word that the panobok design. Panobok design is expresses the mask of Mr. Tesoro. No, okay, very impressive. No, and of course the highlight. No, Mr. Tesoro gave us a certain level of introspection for should I say what strategic action to optimize tourism. Okay, and Sulhay. Take note. Sulhay means wellness, mental health, and community well-being. No? So Sulhay, wellness, mental health, and community well-being. And then that panobok design is the face mask. No? And of course, prior to this, we have this bahandi. Bahandi again is kayamanan. No? This one was cited by Mr. Laban. No? And so do we have any questions coming from our participants before we give the finale? Yes, questions so far? Probably we can entertain 2 questions. Well, I guess that there aren't any questions at all. Well, okay, so let's move on with the finale, no? But before we end our session this afternoon, okay, oh, by the way, yeah, no, so Dr. Wait, let me just check, huh? Okay, so Dr. Reyes will be the commentator, no, for session 4. Yes, no, so that's Dr. Herbert Glenn Reyes. No? Yes. Okay, so for our finale, no, so to understand the levels of perception of our distinguished guests, the overarching concern in healthcare reform and sustainable tourism is quality of life. Goal 3, okay? Goal 3, no? Take note. Under the SDG accounts for good health and well-being. No? So this one is where Solhai comes in. No? And resonating from the messages of our distinguished international and national speakers and commentators, no? So this serve as a springboard to address the pressing issues caused by the pandemic. Responding effectively and constructively, we need inspiring leaders and passionate supporters to use scientific knowledge for the greatest good. With the compelling evidences based from scientific data, it is our moral imperative to mobilize strategic actions that would amplify the preparedness and response in addressing the health crisis. Collectively, having an effective action plan to advance the intervention of this pandemic can bolster sustainable tourism, which can generate jobs, socioeconomic benefits, socio-cultural diversity, and relatedness among tourists and local communities alike.
Sumusumpa ako sa ngalan ng bukas na ipagtatanggol ko ang kalikasan, mamahaling tapat upang tayong lahat ay magtamasa ng biyaya ng may kapal. Bawat hakbang nitong sumpa ay aking gagawin sa salita, sa isip at gawa, nang ang pagtatanggol sa kalikasan ay maging taos-pusong panata ng bayan. Sumusumpa akong aalagaan ko, sumusumpa akong kakalingain ko ang kalikasan at kapaligiran ko, at pagmumula nito ng bagong pag-asa. Sumusumpa akong aalagaan ko, sumusumpa akong kakalingain ko ang kalikasan at kapaligiran ko, at pagmumulan ito ng bagong pag-asa.
Sumusumpa ako, ngunit nais kong ang aking tinig ay marinig ng buong sambayanan upang ang sumpang ito ay maging panata ng buong sambayanan.
Isang sumpang maghahatid ng bagong pag-asa at pagmumulan ng tunay na pag-unlad. Tulungan nawa ako ng may kapal. Tulungan nawa ako ng may kapal.
Hi everyone, I am Hassan Khabar. I am Special Assistant to the Chief Minister Punjab on Information, and I am also the spokesperson for the Government of Punjab. Punjab is the largest province in Pakistan, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be here with you virtually and to participate in this very engaging SDGs festival. I want to commend UNESCO for all its effort, because UNESCO is one organization that has kept the culture going around the world. It has kept the narrative, the discourse around a very important aspect of our lives. Punjab is a very interesting place. It's a province of 110 million people. It is extremely rich in cultural diversity. It is the land of Indus Valley civilization. We have a fascinating history. We have a very interesting geography. There are many ethnicities coexisting within this piece of land, and I'm very proud to be associated with Punjab and being the son of the soil. Chief Minister Sardar Usman Khan Buzdar has been heading the province for the last 3 years, and he is someone who has really championed this cause. He has put in new energy into this sector. He has prompted the department to come up with a new culture policy. And that is something that was unheard of in this province. And I think that's commendable. And the government, our civil servants, our politicians and people are very excited about the work we are doing to promote culture in Punjab. We are living in strange times. And the last few years have been tough on the world because of the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the problems that COVID posed to the whole world was our distance from the culture. Theaters were closed, cinemas were closed, people had nowhere to go. They could not vent out their energies, they could not entertain themselves, and as a result, the culture suffered. This whole industry suffered. And I think that's one of the biggest losses that we have incurred under this pandemic. We also had to improvise. We had to find new ways to still keep this connection going. We had to work in new ways to keep on connecting with the people, and that's what we did. We worked with our artist community, we worked with our theaters, we worked with our other creative industries to keep their work going and offer them through new platforms. Because if people couldn't come physically to these venues, they still needed their dose of creativity, their dose of entertainment, and that's what we worked on. Also, I think the pandemic was very hard on the artist community. Many of them relied on their income, meager incomes, because it's not a very high-paying industry in Pakistan, and for that matter, any developing country, and they were financially hit. So one of the things that Chief Minister of Punjab started was to set up a COVID-19 relief fund for artists. And we identified those people who had no alternative source of income, and we provided financial assistance to them. We identified more than 1,500 families, and government support kept them going and helped them to sail through this crisis. Now, I also want to talk about the culture policy that I mentioned a while back. We are very excited about this policy because this is the first time Government of Punjab, or for that matter, any provincial government in Pakistan, has come up with a culture policy. It is approved now, and that's our guiding document in terms of where we want to go on our cultural trajectory, especially in terms of sector development. There are a few important things that I want to talk about under this culture policy. Number one, culture is important all across the world, but more so in a country which is a victim of extremism, which has a huge youth bulge, because it is all the more important to connect with our younger lot. It is very important to communicate with our youth and to engage them positively. And one of the things that our policy emphasizes is to engage with our youth through our creative industries, to spread a positive message and to fight against extremism. And I think that's perhaps the most important part of our culture policy and our approach to fight extremism. Second is to create a conducive environment for creative industries. Now that is something which is very difficult, yet we had to take a start because we want to create an environment where we can train the artists, we can connect them with the commercial avenues so that they can market their work. We have to connect them with financing. We have to work on intellectual property rights. So that's another goal that we are working on, and that is also a very important pillar of our policy. The third is to help and support a few sectors. So we identified 10 key sectors under the ambit of culture, including cultural entrepreneurship, film, theatre, music, many others. And we are developing sector plans to strengthen these sectors and to energize them and to kind of really take them onto a different trajectory so that people working within those sectors get the benefit, citizens get better content, and the province gets to prosper. The fourth is to map our human assets. And by human assets, I mean our artists, our people from our theatre, music, all these creative industries. And we are developing a database of all these people so that we know where they are, we know who they are, and then we put in place a plan to capitalize on their unbelievable talent. And that's what we are doing. The last thing is the institutional strengthening, because a policy is only as good as your capacity to deliver it, and that's what we are working on. At the end, I would just want to highlight one thing. Culture is a fascinating thing, because culture is something which highlights our differences, which highlights our diversity, yet it connects all of us in a mysterious way. Culture is our medicine against extremism, and that's what we are working for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear friends. I am very honored to have been invited to address a short message in this important event. As we all know, the Sustainable Development Goals are the backbone of the United Nations agenda. Without addressing the 17 SDGs, it is not possible to move forward towards a sustainable world. Ecuador is very committed to this goal, and the government of President Guillermo Lasso has moved on in different fronts to comply with them. Just to highlight two, I would like to mention the ecological transition policy that is being implemented in my country, Ecuador, and the goal of ending child malnutrition that was adopted a few months ago. My own country, Ecuador, and Latin America face huge challenges to stop deforestation, protect natural habitat, especially of the lungs of the planet, the Amazon, as well as our wonderful natural habitat of the Galapagos Islands. I was in charge some years ago of the mega project Yasuni, as you all know, in the Ecuadorian Amazon, which was an innovative initiative that looked to maintain the oil down the earth in exchange of international support for development projects and efforts in Ecuador. More recently, just a couple of weeks ago, President Guillermo Lasso announced in Glasgow the expansion of the marine reserve of the Galapagos Islands. The new 60,000 square kilometers will be added to the current reserve of 133,000 square kilometers that will make a total of almost 200,000 square kilometers. The new marine reserve will protect vulnerable species of great importance in one of the most fragile and environmental richest areas in the world, and at the same time will contribute to the fight against climate change. This event would be a wonderful opportunity to discuss these and other initiatives. I would like to congratulate my dear friend Cecilia Alvarez, who has done so much, and for her idea to popularize the SDGs as this important event in the Senate of the Philippines, especially through the medium of art. This fits perfectly with the concept of Resiliart, recently developed by UNESCO, and also intended to heal traumas and scars caused by disasters and civil conflict throughout the world. I'm glad that my friend and dear friend, former President of Guatemala and former Secretary General of Central American Integration System, Vinicio Cerezo, who is also sending a message to the Manila Forum, is working with the South-South Cooperation Council under the chairmanship of another very good friend, Victor Sebet. I wish you all success in this important event. The more countries and people that are engaged in this effort, the more likely we will be able to comply with the SDGs. Thanks to all of you for giving us the inspiration to continue in this path. I send you my warm regards from Washington, D.C.
My name is William Dow. I'm the mayor of the city of Cartagena, Colombia. And it is a pleasure for me to send this message to organizers of the UNESCO-sponsored Conference on Sustainable Development Goals. All the more as we are in process of establishing friendship agreement with the host city of Manila. We have a great deal in common, as the walled city of Intramuros is a cultural, historic treasure, whilst the walled city of Cartagena is declared a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. Both our cities are important international tourist destinations and have suffered enormously because of travel restrictions imposed as a result of pandemic, but we are slowly recovering. And as we look towards the future, it occurs to us that just like in Manila, cultural tourism ought to be at the center of our planning process. It is for this reason that we intend to place cultural exchanges, especially in the field of music and dance, at the basis of our planned future activities. Challenges to reach Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are enormous, and we are particularly conscious of the need to tackle the problem of climate change, as Cartagena, like so many other coastal cities, is suffering severe consequences as a result of climate change. It is also a matter of national pride for us that the concept of SDGs was developed at the proposal of the government of Colombia. My administration is tackling poverty, health, education, and also climate change as our absolute top priorities, especially in view of hundreds of thousands of displaced people, the result of our long armed conflict. So peace building, following the accords reached by the national government with guerrilla groups, is also an important task. In the international sphere, we note that issues confronting Africa are one of the priorities of the Manila SDG event. We participate in this process because the large majority of our population is of African descent. We are building links with Africa and its diaspora and are in the process of establishing twinning arrangements with many African cities. We are grateful to Mrs. Claudia Turbay, ambassador to 18 West African countries and a resident in Ghana, who is helping our efforts, especially in the country of Ghana. I was pleased to note that Ghana will play an important role at the SDG Resilient Festival Forum and workshops in the Philippines, supported by the Senate and the Office of the President, and that the South-South Cooperation Council, which is helping us in this process, has established its headquarters for African regions in Ghana. Thank you very much, and we look forward to meeting you all in person. Best regards.
Thank you, Honorable Kavar, Her Excellency Baki, and Honorable Chaman. Now, may I introduce to you our two other important international plenary speakers, His Excellency Vinicio Cerezo, former President of Guatemala, former Secretary General of Central American Integration System, SICA, in Guatemala, and Mr. Rocky Dawuni, singer and UN Goodwill Ambassador from Ghana.
Senators, congressmen, ministers, ladies and gentlemen,
representatives of the government and civil society, for me, as the former president of Guatemala and former secretary general of the Central American Integration System, SICA, it is a great pleasure to send this message to the SDG Manila event, which is being held in the Senate of the Philippines. For us in the Americas, Philippines remains a critically important country because it is the only Asian country with Hispanic roots, so we have a great deal in common in our language and culture and have been linked for 500 years by the Galleon de Manila linking Spain, Mexico, and Philippines. This forum deals with 4 elements which are crucial to us in Central America: peace, environment, economic recovery following the pandemic, and health. During all my life, I've been promoting peace. Probably most of you is not related with the history in Central America, but we had internal conflicts in many of the countries during decades that we stopped with the Esquipulas Peace Accords. Since then, we started a new chapter in our modern history. The Esquipulas Accords also allow and impulse the integration regional process. That's why we created, with the peace inspiration, the Central American Integration System, and of course include as a total lines of work, climate change, sustainable development, disaster management, and after all that the world has suffered because of the COVID, the economic recuperation of our societies. I also note that a great deal of attention will be paid to Africa and its diaspora, as well as indigenous peoples, and I want to emphasize that this is of great importance to us in Central America because we have significant number of people of African origin, and indigenous cultures are a sense of great pride in our development for several thousands of years. I have personally promoted through Foundation Esquipulas our Mayan heritage in its various expressions. I think will be very strategic that the Manila platform of action could include a sub-regional approach so regions all Central America can have more opportunities in this ambitious and practical plan. I wish this forum a success and thank organizers, especially my friends Cecil Alvarez and Victor Sebek, for their efforts to lead to the adoption of Manila Platform Action with recommendations for concrete actions which I look forward in receiving and placing on the agendas in relevant forums in Central America and South American regions.
Hello, my name is Rocky Dauni. I am a musician from Ghana and also United Nations Goodwill Ambassador for Environment for Africa. I have always seen culture, my culture, and being able to share my culture as the foundation basis of connecting to people. So over the years, as my music career took off right from Africa, I also recognized that this platform also will be great and instrumental for me to be able to engage people, at the same time also engage organizations like the United Nations to work on issues that I felt were integral to the development of my people, also development of communities around the world. Because when it comes to artists and art, the thing is that artists have a certain understanding of the human condition. Artists, through art, we can be able to communicate to the most fundamental emotion that lies within all of us. And I feel that that space also allow artists to be able to, if armed with the right message and the right vision and also an environment of inclusion, then you can be able to create that exchange that becomes the foundation base for both peace building, environmental issues, and creating consensus. So over the years, I have used this power that is innate in art to focus on environmental issues across Africa, empowerment of women, promoting, cleanup of the oceans, plastics advocacy. And I feel that as we move into the future, with the way the world is divided now, cultural diplomacy that is driven by art will be the primary, shall I say, aspect of diplomacy all around the world. Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to share this piece with you.
Thank you very much. Those were very passionate
The digital
sharing of their visions.
digital transformation
Sorry. Okay. Sorry for that. Thank you for those vision. You have really a very wonderful vision of taking full advantage of culture and education as a mechanism to connect people from different background and demographics in order for us to achieve lasting peace. Now, allow me to introduce our national plenary speakers. We have Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chair, Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, and Honorable Chodoro Locsin, Secretary, Department of Foreign Affairs.
Earth Savers Dream Center Director and UNESCO Artist for Peace, Cecil Guidote Alvarez, fellow lawmakers and workers in government, fellow SDG advocates, and to all the participants of the Global SDG Resili Art Earth Saving Festival Forum and workshops. Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to be part of this program. As chairman of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, I strongly believe in the importance of transforming our education system to make it more inclusive and more resilient. And this is what we will seek to push in our legislative agenda. Before the pandemic hit, we saw that our education sector was already in the midst of a crisis. This situation was aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic, when children were confined to their homes and struggled to learn under the distance learning setup. While the pandemic posed a great challenge to our schools, it also opened up opportunities on reimagining our education system. Here are some of the steps we need to take. First, we have to get our children safely back to school and mitigate the effects of school closures. We also have to prioritize the digital transformation of our education sector and the closing of the digital divide. This is to help with learning continuity when we face emergencies and calamities. Most importantly, we have to ensure that both our learners and teachers are receiving education of the highest quality to ensure their readiness for the post-pandemic world and beyond. I'm one with all of you in the pursuit of building a healthier post-pandemic world, especially because what is at stake here is the future of our children and youth. Thank you and good morning. Stay safe.
Secretary Teodoro Locsin has been very supportive of this program for cultural diplomacy and says maintenance of peace and combating climate change are critical issues of our time, and failure to address these issues put all our past efforts in vain. And of course, maintenance of peace is one of our foremost concerns. Let us not wait for conflict, violence, and crimes to make us value the peace we have. Climate change, on the other hand, has made our country even more vulnerable to natural disasters. The effects of climate change can quickly erase socio-economic gains and hamper economic growth and lessen our chances of sustainable development. He commends the Earth Savers to bring together the countries of the regions through art to achieve greater awareness on peace concerns and deliver climate justice in the region. Likewise, we arts or the sense of cooperation from the Department of Education, which was called in by Yusek Tunasito Omali, as well as our Secretary for Small Enterprises, which is Secretary Joey Concepcion, which extends his support for the concept of promoting the indigenous people's creative arts products. So with this, we are so glad with the cooperation of our Department of Education and also for the economic recovery and appreciation of small enterprises. We expect, of course, the Department of Foreign Affairs giving us the support for our resolution collective from all the different participants to be submitted to UNESCO and the Division of Economic and Social Affairs at the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very honorable sirs, for sharing your insights and for echoing the support and commitment of the Philippines towards the achieving of these sustainable development goals. Now, let's go on and listen further to our interactive commenters. We will begin with our international guests. May I just remind that each interactive commenters is given 5 minutes. Our first one is Mr. Abdulhamid Al-Saleh, Cultural Diplomacy, Saudi Arabian Society for Culture and Arts, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Dear Madame Cecile Alvarez, dear Dr. Victor Sebek, and to all our colleagues and friends who are with us in this very important forum, I say thank you for giving me the honor of sharing a thought from Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Cultural byproducts have always been the historical means of communication between the humanity, by means of sharing the artifacts, the heritage, size, literature, clothing, food, distinguished music, and etc. But in our modern world, and given the complications of human lives on Mother Earth, our life has been infested with pollution, poverty, greed, extremism of ideological opinions, conflicts, armed conflicts, and recently this pandemic that is swamped the lives of many people, and however we are hoping to get over it soon. In all these factors, culture is proving more and more its might and great impact in connecting people and paving the road for mutual understanding and in hope of peace and cooperation towards a prosperous world. We in Saudi Arabia are in the heart of the Arab Islamic world and are major contributors to the global economic stabilities, and we exercise this role wisely and in harmony with the globe. And we also in the kingdom are host to millions of expats who work, thrive, and they come from all over the world, live in peace and tranquility. And that is one of our major advantages in exercising our cultural diplomacy that comes from within our society and be exported to the world. And we also we live in a land that is host to historical civilizations and prehistorical, in fact. And we are now exploring, and we share it. We share it with the world by means of beefing up our cultural operations, for which we have 11 specialized commissions under the umbrella of the Ministry of Culture, and as well as hosting world-class events coupled with opening the kingdom to international tourism. We believe that for cultural diplomacy to be effective, indigenous culture must be enhanced, refined, supported, and that will make it to be ready to be shared with the world societies, which we are now partly doing, and we have lots of plans to this regard. And to that particularity, I'm happy to announce that in line with the philosophy of the South-South Cooperation Council, to whom I am honored to be a member of its advisory board, we are now working closely with the local concerns in the kingdom to hold a festival that will gather Latin, Africa, and Asian artists and cultures in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we hope and work for that to materialize in the near future. I thank you all for giving us all the beauty of your souls and all the knowledge that I have been exposed to during this wonderful forum, and extend to you my love and with hope that we all will gather soon in Manila and in Cartagena, in Ghana, in Riyadh, and enjoy the beauty of cultural diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, you mentioned that culture is a form of communication to pave the road for cooperation and peace. Thank you very much for that wonderful message, sir. Now, let's listen to Mrs. Akusua Abdallah, President, International Theater Institute, Ghanan Center, Ghana.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. And thank you for this beautiful opportunity to add my voice to the ongoing discussion on cultural diplomacy. My name is Akusua Abdallah. I'm the director of the Community Education and Youth Development Directorate of the National Commission on Culture and the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. Cultural diplomacy is one of the major tools a country can use to voice its interest and position to the world. It gives a variety of platforms and opportunities for constructive dialogue, just like the one we're having presently. In Ghana, the cultural wings of embassies, such as the Goethe Institute, Alliance Française, British Council, they have all curated events that promote cross-cultural communications, especially with the creative art industry. In practice, I have witnessed the diplomatic corps in Ghana, led by their dean, Colombian Ambassador Claudia Turbay Quintero, who has constantly, tirelessly, and culturally connected her colleagues to contribute to the cultural development of the country. Recently, the Colombian Embassy, the South-South Cooperation Council, Adela Studios, and ITI Ghana collaborated to execute a docu-fiction titled Ulysses of Ghana. This happens to be an adaptation of The Slaves by Mohammed Ben Abdallah. The project captured the opinions of cast and crew on the global issues of racism, discrimination, and emancipation. Hopefully, this product is ready, so look out for the premiere very soon in a theater or film festival around you. Now, what is the climate change scene in Ghana? The government of Ghana embarked on a series of initiatives to curb the impact of climate change by planting 5 million trees. Yes, you heard me right. 5 million trees were planted in a single day. And this was done to help regrow the country's forestry. Now, as head of a youth agency, our mandate is to train the youth in acquiring skills in vocational trade, the performing arts, which includes music, dance, drama, puppetry, and sporting activities. During our flagship vacation camp, participants are introduced to a series of recycling workshops that trains them on how to repurpose glass and plastic waste. These young practitioners are encouraged to create decorative pieces out of glass bottles and pencil cases out of plastic. What are our artistic intervention strategies? In Ghana, Theatre for Development, Theatre for Change, Theatre for Extension Communication has been used extensively in addressing the theme of preventing early child marriage, teenage pregnancy, and harmful cultural practices such as the trocosi system. This trocosi system is a traditional practice that enslaves young girls, forces them into hard labor for several years, and sometimes they're required to perform sexual acts. Some of these issues are quite sensitive and detrimental to mankind. I strongly believe in the concept of cultural diplomacy and its ability to diffuse harmful traditional practices. Our world has new challenges, and embedded in these challenges are vast opportunities. These opportunities that ought to lead to a rethinking, a reflection, and pondering over the role of culture. The power of positive culture is soft power, which allows for building of bridges and connecting sites where other powers fail. I believe as a people, we should continue to build bridges post this beautiful conference. I'd like to congratulate Cecile and Victor for a beautiful work done. And thank you for your attention. From Ghana, we say Medasi.
Thank you very much, Paul. Culture, you mentioned that culture gives a variety of constructive platforms to encourage cross-cultural communication. And in your experience, theater has been used extensively as a medium to diffuse harmful traditions. I think that's very wow. And another wow was the planting of 5 million trees in a single day. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, another one, the third one to share her comment is Mrs. Ana Marta de Pizarro, Co-President, Colombian Center, ITI, Colombia.
First of all, thank you for Cecile and Victor for inviting me, and thank you for all of your interesting participations. I want to talk about festivals, culture, diplomacy, and movement. There are plural encounters, a great cultural party, a space of freedom and tolerance, a mirror of society that reflects all complexity. It is also a popular festivity that opens doors and celebrates diversity, helps in the construction of social fabric, creates bridges, areas of dialogue, opens opportunities to discover the cultural wealth of one another and the others. Festivals are the most complete way to discover creators, new trends. They are a selection center and above all a tribute, especially during these days, a tribute to live shows that are the here and the now, the testimony of beings in certain moments and spaces. And this happens not only in the festivals of performing arts, but also on cinema, music, and plastic arts. Festivals serve to make certain works visible. They celebrate arts and discover playwrights, directors, choreographers, artists, lighting, costume and set designers, composers and musicians. For companies and musical groups and artists in general, to participate in a festival is very important, not only to confront their work. It gives them a seal of quality. They give prestige to the creator, which can translate this experience into support for future proposals. They serve as a filter for programmers to focus on projects within the immense existing offers. After decades of experience as a professional programmer, visiting different countries during festivals, meetings, artistic sessions, and cultural markets, witnessing the diverse and innumerable ways of international circulation, building networks, connecting international organizations, seeking funding and demanding public policies to develop their environment, some reflections arise about these events. It is easy to find examples in which the arts are promoters of state interest, from the ideas of international identity as instruments of cooperation for vulnerable population, as spokespersons for causes and social movements, as we have seen today in this meeting, as demonstrators of strong political criticism or as exponents of new forms of development and economic growth, among many other possibilities. At the international level, festivals have a permanent presence in the foreign policy agendas of countries used in time crisis, or generate energetic ties that facilitate possible alliances, cooperation, or exchange through circulation and mobility of artists more as a necessity rather than a desire. If we expand the traditional limits, of cultural diplomacy, we can understand the links that may exist between international relations, the artists, and society that has opened its border to the difference in cultural proposal, to understand the changes in paradigms, as well as the nature of the mobility of artists. We recognize festivals as international agents and as engines of projection. and strengthening of the living arts as places where important collective benefits can generate in the field of relations between countries. We have been living during these 2 years in conditions that restrict the circulation of live art and worldwide, and reduce the possibility of meeting each other and to have more cultural diplomacy. It is essential to return to the live activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mom. What I have taken from your statement is that creators create bridges and festivals have permanent space in international arena to allow mobility of artists. Thank you very much, Mom. Another one to give his comment is Mr. Neko Sparks, Chief Executive Officer, NairoX USA. Sir?
Thank you. I appreciate the time tonight. I come from the industry of cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. And I recently came back from Dubai, speaking at a conference there. And what I found exciting is the role that blockchain and cryptocurrency plays in terms of utilizing the arts to not only tell stories that relate more to the peoples of the world, but also it allows these stories to be told and distributed without reliance on borders. And what I mean by that is if we look at what's happening in the Ukraine and with Russia, you can see that the media pretty much has control on what the people see and what the people hear, and how that information is distributed and disseminated. With blockchain technology and the movement of cryptocurrencies, it's decentralized, so these stories can be told, and people can be heard on a wider level without government or regulatory interference. And I think that this is, beneficial in terms of the arts and the stories that can be told, across and without borders. Thank you very much.
Now, let us listen to the interactive commenters from the Philippines. May I call on Miss August Melody Andong, co-chair ITIPH International Playwright Forum.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all our audience. Can I be heard clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. First and foremost, I would like to thank the International Theater Institute Philippines for this event and invitation with regards to Sustainable Development Goals. It's the art festival, and of course to all our guests and speakers for today's session. This is quite a very good sharing of the various initiatives of our cultural workers, artists all over the world when it comes to realizing the targets of the Sustainable Development Goals using our very own tool in terms of arts and culture. And it's really unifying to think that us, cultural workers, practitioners, professionals, development planners, and various sectors are joined together and discuss what can we do to really uplift the lives of people through our art and our values, our attitude, especially now that in SDGs we have of five focus P's, right? The people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. And partnership is a very, very important one in order for us to really do a good change, no? And influence various sectors also, in terms of we have to start doing something now to save our earth than doing it tomorrow. As a famous line of Uguay, it says that yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. So that's why I'm always encouraging people in our practice to really do something now. Do not wait for tomorrow. But if we can make some changes in terms of culture, in terms of using our art form to connect and communicate in order to bridge the gap between policymakers and practitioners, professionals, in order to do something and make that change, then we should take the big step of doing such kind of action. In particular, I'm actually based in Western Visayas in Region 6. And as a playwright, I always tell and write stories of what my region is all about. And some of the great stories of the women that we have here for survival. On the other hand, I'm also an economic development specialist. And this is where I have to balance my role as an artist and at the same time as a person who's working also in the government. And I really appreciate some of our speakers emphasizing on how culture has been acknowledged in their countries as a prime mover of changing the things that they do in terms of achieving development and uplifting the lives of their people. And the same here in our Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022, we have one chapter dedicated for culture and arts and heritage. And that's actually laid down as one of the plan is actually one of the foundation towards achieving the ambition natin 2040. Ambition natin 2040 is actually a long-term vision of the Filipino people. And it says it's geared towards achieving a matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. So secure life and prosperous life for all. And we can only achieve that not only in the role of government is the one who's doing all the things, but we need to do our part as a citizen as well. In terms of Region 6 Western Visayas, we're composed of 6 provinces. We actually organize the Regional Culture, Heritage, and the Arts Committee, which is actually a special committee under the Regional Development Council. And this committee is actually focusing on addressing issues and concerns on culture and arts, even on the preservation and conservation of our heritage, and come up with a policy action. And this is passed through a committee and endorsed to the Regional Development Council so that implementing agencies and concerned stakeholders can take part on what they can do to address the issues and concerns. On the other hand, for the women playwrights team in the Philippines, and I'm also part of the International Women Playwrights Organization in the global setting, we've been doing a lot of efforts in terms of collaboration, same manner with what was shared by our guest speakers today. And I think the key word here on what is very, very important is how can we actually bridge cultural differences from one country to another and work together as one big, global citizen in order to save the planet. And that is quite important. We have our own unique way to do things and make things improve the lives of the people and save our earth. But without unity, without understanding culture of the other countries as well, we will fail to actually have that cultural diplomacy that we aim for as well. And in the UN in itself, it emphasized that in order to achieve sustainable development, we need not only the tangible things. Tangible things are the infrastructure, your money, and or the finances or investment that you put in order to achieve development. But what is also crucial is the intangible aspect, and that's culture. And the fourth pillar of sustainable development is culture. So I hope that through this session, we are able to breed somehow and open a communication among various professionals and artists towards economic recovery, especially now in the time of pandemic. And where a lot of us, especially artists, suffered from the impact, economic impact, and lose their job. But at the end of this all, as what our theme in this festival, resilient, we will always be resilient. Not that we are romanticizing the idea of resilience, but actually putting it into proper context, wherein there's a lot of things that we can do innate in us, innate in our culture, innate in our form of art that could really help us survive. And climate change can happen, yes, but eventually we as people can adapt to it as long as we continue to innovate, sit down together and think of co-creation models that can actually help us overcome any challenges brought about by natural hazards and environmental challenges. So, and I hope I was able to put in some of the good context in this discussion. And I hope I would like to pose also a challenge to all our audience right now that in this particular day, what do you think can you do in order to make and contribute the change towards achieving sustainable development? Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so that's the challenge for us. And you have already somehow stated that we need to do our part as a citizen of our immediate community and as a citizen of the world, because we also have a role as global citizen, regardless of our profession. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, now let's listen to Dr. Anton Juan, Chairman of ITIPH International Playwright Forum.
Good afternoon, everyone. And it's my honor to be back here at the Philippine Normal University. My mother studied here long, long ago. And of course, the great playwright Severino Montano had his Arena Theater, which is a very important and significant part of our Philippine theater history. So, concurring with the venerable speakers before me, cultural diplomacy centers on the shared trajectory of international humane development. Significantly, the arts also have responded to crucial issues and the vision that no peoples, especially peoples made vulnerable by inequity and social injustices, should ever be forgotten. Their stories, their narratives, their memories that move into histories. But what do we memorialize? In these fragmented days of a world that is on edge, it is important to be aware of issues confronting us. And this is the responsibility of the arts. War, migration, refugees and the migration regime, authoritarianism, and also the loss of regard for human life and this incredible conflict involving armed killings. So the environment is also like this. When we forget life and human life, we also forget the environment. The ITI has prepared some monologues that respond to these, and we will see one of these later on. But it is also for this reason that the International Playwrights Forum was, during the pandemic, pensive about how to create a global atmosphere of being together in a time of crisis. And we thought of launching the global competition for emergent artists around the issues of the social development goals of the United Nations. No, not yet. Hold on, because okay. So the compass of culture has changed. Geopolitical transformations and global emphasis on cultural, diplomatic, economic, and communications contexts, historical schisms and ruptures, leadership and management relocation of focus to the employment of the arts as humane development, and most of all, social, health, environmental conditions, and urgent issues have changed our idea of a cultural center. So now when we speak of a cultural center for the arts, we first speak of the meaning of the center. And that center is the womb, the heart, the hearth of the artist. The systematized totem of dominant centers of cultures has now exploded into galaxies of creative networks, into pathways, collaborative pathways towards other cells and cradles of creative initiatives. And the center of the culture in its evolving movement is wherever the artist is, performing, creating, thinking, writing, painting, dancing. That is where the center of the arts is. Wherever the artist is, that is where the center is. And it is going to be like a ripple from the artist speaking outward into the world. We offer you this video that we have created to show multicultural influences contained in a classical work of art of play Antigone by Jean Anouilh, which is also influenced, of course, from the original Antigone of Sophocles, but which contains the different Antigones that have happened all over the world in socio, political, historical, and aesthetic contexts.
you very much, sir, for that very emotional film clip. What I have from your talk is this is the phrase or the statement that struck me. It is the responsibility of the art to bring into our awareness of the issues that affect our personhood. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Another one is Professor Jolad Santos, Chair, Philippine ITI Communications and former KWF Language Committee.
Since 2006, when the Philippine International Center, ITI UNESCO, hosted the first International Congress here in the Philippines, and the comics was defined as the illustrated theater of the world. We in the comics industry was forced to revisit the history of comics, and it was founded in officially in 1924, when the father of the comics industry, Antonio S. Velasquez, founded the comics business, and he created Kenkoy, and from that day, the comics became a part of Philippine culture. Part of revisiting comics is the review of the artists in the illustrated form, and we found out that 10 of our national artists came from the comics industry. Recently, Mr. Larry Alcala, and then Francisco V. Kuching. But earlier, Mr. Fernando Amorsolo, a best friend of Mr. Tony Velasquez, the founder of the comics industry and the author of Kenkoy, Mr. Amorsolo did many comics illustrations, and he became inspirations to many budding artists. Then came Vicente Manansala. Vicente Manansala, also a national artist, came from the comics industry. And one famous artist is Francisco Botong Francisco, whose novel Siete Infantes de Lara also was filmed, starring Manuel Conde, a national artist also. And in revisiting our history, we can review, or most of our early artists in the comics industry are really responsible in their creation, wherein earlier we can trace their projection of the SDGs, which we are very much part promoting it. Now that the comics industry or the comics artists are using the social media in their works. The 17 SDGs are part and become part and responsive and very responsible, the comics people, in injecting the SDGs, especially the Zero Hunger Program, the Zero Poverty Program, and informing the people, our readers, on how the armed conflicts are really destroying our planets. Our abuse in the environment also are part of novels in projecting the rightful care for our nature. We can remember a story, a novel by Director Carlos J. Caparas entitled Ermitaño. That novel, Ermitaño, is a social criticism on the abuse of man in the environment. And we our young artists who are aware of what is happening in our environment, we can trace their dedication in promoting and helping the program of the UNESCO about this sustainable development goals. Recently, only a few months ago, a group of comics writers and artists are all keen in reviving the industry, and namely, it is headed by a professional, an old editor, writer, Mr. Sil Evangelista, whose almost 50 years of his, the best years of his life was dedicated in the comics. And comics is very effective in informing the community about the importance of the SDGs. The comics community is very thankful to the ITI UNESCO for the recognition of comics as the illustrated theater of the world. Actually, there is a series now in the social media entitled The Illustrated Theater of the World, Comics, written by Mr. Arman Francisco, wherein the SDGs are being given emphasis. That in the screen is part of. Do you have more the color one? Yes. Those are the young artists after joining the camp in about the techno arts camp in the Boy Scout of the Philippines, headed by Ma'am Cecile. They are aware now of the SDGs. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, I can answer it, or just take notes, and we will answer it in the comics community.
Thank you very much, sir, for informing us about the history of comics. In one way or the other, we have read Kenkoy in the past. Comics is really a part of Philippine culture. And yes, comics is still a vehicle or an avenue for us to effectively educate the next generation about the SDGs. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, and then our next commenter is Dr. Herbert Glenn Reyes, President, Northwestern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology, Tagub City, Misamis Occidental. Sir.
Thank you very much. Commenting on the sharings of our resource speakers is such a privilege, and my respect to all attendees in this very historical world event. The premise of my introduction today is on cultural diplomacy anchored on culture and the arts to achieve peace and the attainment of the SDGs for the establishment of economic growth and recovery. When people exchange ideas, language, culture, arts, religion, and practices, even sharing societal structures, the result will be a mosaic of a cultural diversity mixed into one unified movement towards unity and peace. There are certain factors that we can glean on it. First is cultural communication as a significant factor, collaboration, openness of new concepts, values formation, cultural cooperation, sharing of traditions, understanding behaviors and languages, borderless cultures, and the concept of unity in diversity. As part of the academe, my role is to propagate these factors in the way we deliver the educational agenda for our students. And yet, when we have these factors implemented, we'd like to emphasize here that concrete initiatives towards the attainment of all these factors must be designed and implemented. So it's not just that SDGs are promoted, but rather it has to be concretized. This forum is a concrete example of how we propagate the consciousness of the SDGs. From this event, we will be able to bring out concepts. Just now, I'm amazed how comics can be very effective since we grew up with, for us Filipinos, very close to having comics at hand. So these are some examples of concrete ideas. We can have fora for the youth on the different SDGs. Immersion and cultural sharings bring understandings on language, behavior, character, and even the thinking of our young people. We can have arts exchanges through performing arts, promotion of borderless countries through films, festivals, and theater. One area that we need to develop and be aware is the importance of database. As mentioned by one resource speaker of ours, database of human assets so that we can have experts listed and part of the database. We should concretize projects and programs using the SDGs through collaboration, using positive approaches in the preservation of ecological resources. With these factors and concrete actions, our dream becomes a reality, and that divisions will become one, and the core of all these is the trust that we are attaining peace and economic growth through cultural diplomacy. So with this, we are hoping that this event will snowball and become part of the academy's trusts, and for our young people to create and contribute to our world economic growth and recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so you mentioned about the creation of a database. Yes, really, database is needed to have the resources and experts easily available to all of us. And so it will also facilitate exchanges of artworks, festivals, and other initiatives that may be accessible for us in order to achieve peace and borderless communities. Plenary speakers and commenters for your very informative insights on cultural diplomacy and inclusive education. This will surely strengthen the call for us to break the barrier, connect with one another, to work hand in hand, and act as one towards health, peace, climate, and justice. Thank you for joining us in this session. Indeed, cultural diplomacy reveals the soul of the nation, and inclusive education produces more informed and productive citizens. Our nation must engage with the rest of the world, and we must listen, create meaningful conversations, because together we are better. Thank you.
I think there are some of our artists who would like to share some suggestions and resolutions that could still be incorporated in the platform for action, like Ms. Maluhako.
Briefly, I just would like to react also to, especially first to the international speakers. It strengthens my belief that from a clash of culture, clash of civilization, it is very possible to have harmony of culture and civilization, especially here in the ASEAN, which is already known for its multiculturalism. I would like to also react to Gardi Labad and his fellow artists from Bohol. We see the artists in action, how, for example, they reacted after the typhoon, a natural catastrophe. What if other artists, especially from Manila, follow this action-oriented approach of the artist of Bohol? For example, climate change, we say we have this COVID because of pollution. Can the artists, the students, not only from the PNU, but the neighboring universities, Letran, LaSalle, PWU, Lyceum, what if they all come together and do something about the environment, specifically the rivers that are now turned into garbage dumps? Maybe it can be done now that they are starting to get out of their homes and go out, it is a possibility that in Manila, we can retain the white sand in Ross Boulevard, the Manila Bay, instead of it turning into black. This group could lead, the artists with the students could lead this action that will help in our problem for climate change. Cultural industry has also been mentioned, and this is an economic upliftment, especially for the artists. What if the cultural officials in Manila, the artists in Manila, see to it that it is the artists, the weavers, the mats maker, the bamboo craft people, that they really get the benefit from these products that are all coming out and not be a victim of 5-6 or of those people who are investing in it who gets the main profit or advantage in these cultural products that are now becoming very, very popular, not only nationally, but also internationally. What if the group initiates an active participation in the ASEAN COCI? This is the Committee on Culture and Information, which is supported by Japan. This particular ASEAN COCI could be asked to support the different projects that might come out from this conference. Those are the three possibilities that I would like to lay on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am, for presenting those three possibilities. Yes, it's very important to have those three suggestions so that we can really come up with more meaningful conversations so that we can come up with a concrete initiative as well. Okay, so indeed, this afternoon session is full of insightful ideas that can really make the SDG become part of our become part of our legacy to the next generation. Okay, so there is really the need to strengthen this call. Thank you very much po.
A simple synthesis of what transpired this afternoon. So for a moment, I'll share my screen with you. Hello. Good day, everyone. So I'm here to deliver the synthesis to provide you the salient points or the critical areas of all the things that we were able to converse or to talk about this afternoon. Let's start with some of the key areas. So I took note of some of the sharings and some of the statements as well as the conversations, and I was able to arrive into four. The first one is the dynamic possibilities of art mediation and cultural understanding, for promoting reconciliation, unification, and rehabilitation. That's according to UNESCO. The another one is also the implementation of both creative and critical approaches to human growth and development. So it's not only focused on creative, but also critical approaches. And the importance of humanization of our approaches in sustainable development goals, as well as our ability to drive ourselves back to our humanity, putting it back into the equation and paving the way to a better post-pandemic future. And then last but not the least is the multidisciplinary approach to healthcare, tourism, cultural diplomacy, as well as inclusive economic strategies. So these are the key areas that have been very salient across the different areas, and the speakers who share their point of views, no, and who converse, no, among the participants. Now let's try to focus on the different areas, no. So the first one is about healthcare reform and sustainable development. So there are actually four again. So we noticed that there is a need to develop treaties rather than sanctions in the international arena to address issues and concerns with regard to healthcare reform and sustainable tourism. So it's more of a positive discipline or positive reinforcement, no? So treaties, which means to say collaboration and relationships. The second one is the need to integrate multicultural, diverse perspectives. So these are the key competencies for all the key actors of cultural diplomacy. So it means to say we all start with the kind of mindset. So using the art and science as a means to foster humanity, and in responding to the critical issues in human growth, development, and transcendence. So ito yung isa naging malinaw, not only growth, development, but also transcendence. So transcending our experience that are experiences that are cross-cutting. The third one is the need to have a synthesizing mind and integrating mindset, no, in the development of policies and programs for healthcare and cultural diplomacy. So again, just like what I've shared a while ago, so it starts with that kind of mindset. So the type of individual who is able to synthesize and at the same time integrate, no, with much ease, no, anything that happens or anything that results from a conversation. So it's very important. And last but not the least, in healthcare reform and sustainable tourism is the need to look into our collective consciousness in our culture and use it as a means to focus on what matters most for the post-pandemic future. So here I took note of two key areas: resilient culture and at the same time resilient healthcare system. So those are the key areas in key points rather in the area of healthcare reform and sustainable tourism. The other one is focused on cultural diplomacy or inclusive education towards economic recovery. Again, there are also 4 points, no, that we was able to synthesize. So based from the conversations and the sharings of our the speakers. So the first one is our need to focus on ambitious yet practical action plans for economic recovery. So we need to develop plans that are workable for the kind of environment that we have. No? And that brings us to the second point, that the need to involve people in accomplishing the sustainable development goals. This calls us to improvise methodologies in connecting and in responding to the needs of those affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Culture is the medicine of extremism. So I took note of it in one of the speakers. The next is the need to map out the human essence. So in creative industries, using tools in assessing and evaluating the skills of people in the creative environment and establishing a niche for creative industries to jumpstart economic recovery. We know that most of the individuals in the creative industries are the most affected also by the economic downturn in this time of pandemic. No? So one speaker provided a suggestion, no, to find the human essence, meaning to map out the talents and provide a niche for them to be able to jumpstart their economic recovery. And then last but not the least is the challenge to think global. So global but local but global, no, in cultural diplomacy and inclusive economic policies and programs. So the need also for digital transformation in establishing the learning community and preparing for the post-pandemic world. So post-pandemic world in terms of wellness, mental health, and as well as the community mental health well-being. And now that brings to my point, no. I was able to see where the connections are. So I would like to present to you this kind of framework from Howard Gardner, the author of Multiple Intelligences. He wrote a book on 5 minds for the future, and he theorized that the 5 minds for the future is helpful to all individuals to be able to adapt to the VUCA world, to the changing kind of environment. So he mentioned that in order for us to be able to adapt quickly to the changing landscape, to the changing game plan, we need to have 5 minds. The first one is discipline mind. So which means to say our focus on our majors, our focus on our disciplines, mastery of our key areas, key competencies. The other is what we call synthesizing mind. So I mentioned this a while ago about the ability to be able to integrate amidst different types of information. Synthesizing mind means arraying information to make sense of self and others, which is needed for cultural diplomacy. And then also, it calls us to have a respectful mind, meaning to say our ability to seek to understand differences, because there is naturally dissent, no, and there are a lot of perspectives that we need to consider, and we need to be respectful and consider it. And that's also one of the key components of having a synthesizing mind, no. And then another one is the ethical mind, no? Striving toward good work and good citizenship. So everything that we're thinking should be ethical, no? And should be gearing towards good citizenship. And last but not the least, the challenge to all of us here in this session, in this conference, is to have a creating mind. We have to produce something beyond the existing knowledge and to provide a synthesis, no, to pose new questions. No, so we are here already in the post-pandemic future. So we have a lot of questions, and these questions, no, demand some answers. So and each answer demands another question and another question and another answer. So we need to continue to create ways for us to be able to adapt, no, in the changing landscape that we are into. Now, what are the key takeaways or call to action, no? In summary of the synthesis that I have provided? There are 5. The first one is to have an adapting the 5 minds of the future, no, in using arts and culture to respond to sustainable development goals. So again, my take is for us to have a consistent mindset, no, for us to be able to navigate the uncharted territories that we are into. The second one is to prepare for the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, or the VUCA, the world. Yun na yung term natin, no, when we talk about the post-pandemic future. And we can be able to prepare to this through the 5 minds for the future, no? And when we are prepared for this, we can be able to sustain our resiliency and recovery. So becoming resilient and becoming also recovered, no? Now in this context, no? And then the third one is going back to our inner core. I noticed that most of the sharings that we got from our speakers, both international and national, are highlighting their character strengths and going back to the basics. Now, the key takeaway is for us to go back to our inner core. In this time of pandemic, it calls us to go back to our own identity, who we really are. Sino nga ba talaga tayo? And this can help us, no, in establishing the sustainable development goals, because the sustainable development starts within ourselves. It doesn't start with others. It starts within you. No? And that brings to the 4th point, that using this as an opportunity to humanize our ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving. So remember the respectful mind and as well as the creating mind. So which means to say that we need to humanize our ways of thinking, feeling, and behaving, our cognition, our affect, and as well as our behavior. And last but not the least is to find our shared critical consciousness during these VUCA times for better creative and cross-cultural collaboration and discourse. So may we find an opportunity to have our shared identity, and through this shared identity, maybe be able to have better collaboration and better means for us to create something that could benefit the world, no, and a lot of people, no, not only in this country but also the other countries, no. So in not only here in the Philippines but also in the world, no. So we can be able to find the common points, no, ano ba yung shared human experience natin, and using our talents, our skills in being able to respond, no, to these concerns and issues. Now, I'd like to end this synthesis with a quote from Viktor Frankl. So, and I say to you, and I quote, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose a response. And in our response lies our growth and freedom. What is that space? This is the open space that we are in. Let us use this, let us maximize this to find our growth and freedom, to find the common points, you know, of our humanity. So, and use it as a means also to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you to our moderators, commentators, and our synthesizer for our sessions on healthcare reform and sustainable tourism, cultural diplomacy, and inclusive education towards economic recovery. At this juncture, let us all listen to Mr. Victor Sebek, Chair of South-South Cooperation Council and Co-President, Colombian ITI, for the presentation of Draft Manila Platform for Action, SDGs, Cultural Communication and Education.
Thank you very much. When Cecile Alvarez and I embarked on this about 2 years ago, as you may recall, we were stopped several times by COVID. We thought that it would be necessary, when we managed to get an array of extremely important contributors from the public sector and also the civil society, that we really wanted to provide a concrete result. And that, of course, was going to be the Manila Platform for Action. It is important to note that this hasn't just started now with preparation for this forum and festival, but in 2018, when Cecile Alvarez organized her conference in Manila about creating an army of artists, not by force, but by art, and which we reconfirmed at the conference in Cartagena de Indias, where I live in Colombia, later on. And I would now like to hand over the floor to Johanna Kuzmin-Karavaev, who is the rapporteur of this forum and who will be joining us from Brussels, which of course this week is becoming in some way a center of the world because of the joint summit of European Union and NATO. Johanna.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Victor. And it's a pleasure to be here today in my role as rapporteur to share some insights from my side and some information about the draft for Manila Platform for Action. So it's really a pleasure to participate in this important event. Just to say briefly something about myself, I'm a specialist in cultural relations and in creative economy development. So it has been so relevant to hear all impressive contributions today. What I wanted to start to saying about our document, Manila Platform for Action, is that if you have not read it yet, you can of course download it on the homepage manilasdgevent.info. So this document or declaration has been created thanks to input of many of the people participating in the forum, and of course also by us at the Forum Secretariat. So as Victor said, I am participating from Brussels, and I would really wish to have been more present in this very important forum and event. You can really say that this document is more than a declaration. It's an ambitious and rich document addressing mainly global South practices and collaboration. And by no means this document pretends to be exhaustive in covering burning issues in this decade of action in the countdown to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Our willingness was to provide a document that provides actionable points for inspiration to support and replicate existing projects, practices, and programs. Because of course there is commendable action out there, and we know always that the challenge is how to create the relevant actions and also without reinventing the wheel. So this document is divided in different chapters based on objectives and acknowledgements of the forum. It starts by recalling the objectives of the forum that also Victor mentioned, to harness the power of art as a tool for peace and climate justice. In 2018, Mrs. Alvarez organized under the patronage of UNESCO with support of the Senate and the head of state, the 2018 forum to create the so-called peace movement, not by force, but by art. This was itself preceded by the 2017 Manila Declaration, the Philippine roadmap for the Paris Accord. So these Manila events laid the foundation for the Cartagena Declaration on art as a tool for peace and Afro-Caribbean integration, which was adopted at the conference organized by the Earth Savers Principal Partner South-South Cooperation Council in November 2018. So the Manila SDG event showcases the effort of organizers to join the resilient movement, launched by UNESCO Director General Madame Audrey Azoulay. And the Manila event is also a contribution to the vision of a world post-COVID, positioning culture as a vaccine against pandemic. This document acknowledges the importance of further evidencing culture-related SDG practices from the Republic of the Philippines and from the rest of the world. The document also acknowledges best practices initiatives from across the Global South on the topics of health, well-being, peace, climate justice, and biodiversity. It has been a true pleasure to work on this document, addressing practices and actions linked to this topic just mentioned. And what I think is so particularly important is the deep understanding of art and culture in relation to these burning issues. So our document emphasizes that given the volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous times, VUCA, that was also just mentioned, before our intervention, these times that we are living in, no sector and discipline can afford to work in silos. Collaboration is needed, and this is not only between nations, but between sectors and public and private fields. And as a parenthesis to this, I would just like to express that artists are actually experts on dealing of the VUCA context because of the inherent skills that artists have relating to the creative process and the constant, uncertain and unstable label markets that they deal with. So artists are for sure invaluable partners dealing with the VUCA context. To further talk about what our document recognizes is that while SDGs constitute the vertebral of the UN system, they are not necessarily properly popularized on the ground. Thus, it is a need to bring them closer to communities and people and to find relevant tools for doing so. This declaration emphasizes how culture should be formalized as a part of the vertebral column of the UN system and advocates for culture becoming formally a pillar of sustainable development because of its transversal, multi-layered and multifaceted nature and potential. So culture and the arts can indeed be excellent tools, among others, in the process of realizing the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The objective with our document is to raise awareness, to share experiences and knowledge and perspectives, and encourage to action. The document brings up examples on how the art world is active in the protection of our trees, nature, and the preservation of our planet, in conflict prevention and in peace building, in social cohesion in and between communities and against the pandemic or for health and well-being. The document thus calls for awareness of art and culture in all these contexts. And I truly echo the conviction of other forum delegates in the force of art, of culture in creating understanding and communication between belief systems, cultures, and people, and in the role of art as impactful catalyst in change and transformation. Right now, we experience a period that we do not hope to become the World War III following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. In this difficult time, civil society, and this is also now what Cecile Guillot Alvarez has organized in the context of the SDG event, that civil society can play an important role through informal diplomacy, cultural relations, people-to-people relations, in contact with governments and intergovernmental organizations. And this can help to overcome political obstacles in interests of peace and dealing with climate change. For example, you heard yesterday in the session a message from Serbia and Kosovo, a difficult area in the Western Balkans, where members of civil society put together a list of actions which are reflected in the Manila Platform for Action, giving an example to respective governments. So this document is our document. It's a 27-page long document, so it would be difficult to, in an efficient manner, go through it right here and now. So I would like to end this short so far other comments, points that you care for having added. Please do contact the Forum Secretariat. I would like to thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor hereby to Mrs. Cecile Guillot Alvarez, Director of the Manila SDG Forum.
Thank you so much, because your very focused effort to put together so many interests, concerns in order to actualize our common goal of informing, motivating action, collective action, emergency collective action, not waiting for tomorrow, but acting now. And we just want to say that we are really very grateful that we can present the draft, and that they should see the entire draft by accessing our website, Manila SDG's Resilient Art Event .info, because we still have time for everybody to still add on their suggestions, their comments, to really make a very comprehensive, powerful, detailed way of understanding that sustainable development, or even just development, the way they see it, is either retarded or accelerated through the dynamic use of culture. Its absence means you will really have retarded growth. But if you effectively use the power of the arts and media, it's got to be a techno-arts synergized approach. And it, as you have mentioned, all sectors, private, public. And we'd like, of course, to thank all of our partners. We have our international secretariat in Manila, where I had served as director, and with all of our partners led by SSCC, with Victor as associate director. And of course, to materialize now, in spite of the restrictions of COVID, we'd really like to thank all of our partners, particularly the Philippine Normal University, which is headed by President Tuga. And we're so glad that he is here now. Yesterday, he was so overwhelmed with work. We couldn't have him, but we had, of course, our Vice President and the whole team of PNU worked so well with all of us and all of our partners and all the international participants that have cared to really bring together this platform for action, which we are confident through our own Department of Foreign Affairs and every other country that participated in the molding of this draft, we'd like to believe that we shall have a very important legacy for action towards peace, climate justice, and of course, promoting health and well-being, undertaking the overarching objective of the SDGs to fight poverty and have equity of prosperity for all. So we would like, after a very important closing remark from the president of PNU, and we'd like to really acknowledge that it is the primus inter pares educational institution that is so committed to really expanding consciousness and generating the joint action for actualizing our all-country commitment to fulfill the 2030 SDGs action for survival of our common home, planet Earth, as well as for the welfare of our people. And really, this could not have happened without the wonderful cooperation of the faculty, the students, the whole team that was prepared by PNU. And let us hear from the president himself. We hope he was watching us on the FB. We want to say that if you missed it at the FB of PNU in all the regions where there is a PNU campus, it will be also posted on IBC Channel 13, at the ITI, at the SCC YouTube things. So we hope it will go viral so that we can mobilize all artists, educators, communicators, scientists, sports people to come together as a creative army to stop violence against mankind and Mother Earth. So again, this is to thank and have the closing remark from our president of PNU. And later on, of course, we want to share the resolution of thanks to everyone that has made this possible, especially the patronage of UNESCO and the support of different agencies in our government and, of course, civil society and our community of artists worldwide. We are celebrating World Theatre Week throughout the world.
Thank you, Ma'am Cecile. On behalf of the Philippine Normal University, the National Center for Teacher Education, would like to express our sincerest thanks and appreciation to the International Theatre Institute, to the UNESCO Earth Savers Dreams Ensemble Artists for Peace, and other partners and co-organizers of this event for giving trust to Philippine Normal University to co-host and to co-organize this very important event. Since yesterday, I've been receiving very good feedback through social media about the very productive and meaningful conversations on various topics that relate very well to Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda. it is the commitment of PNU to promote SDG and integrate these 17 goals in our programs and activities in the university. Through this two-day activity and those activities that we have co-organized in the past, this strengthens our advocacy and commitment to further develop, promote, and propagate sustainable development goals in teacher education. Along with our campuses and our partner institutions and universities locally and abroad, we are committed to further create programs and activities that will ensure sustainability, inclusion, inclusivity, and access and quality education. So to everyone, to Ma'am Cecile, Madam Jacob, President Glenn, who are here, Mr. Nilo Agustin, Dr. Lord Vergara, and to the rest of the PNU team, the Office of the University Events Management and Public Relations Office, headed by Director James Bailon and his team, our faculty members who serve as facilitators and moderators in all the sessions, from the Faculty of Behavioral and Social Sciences, led by Dr. Syra Libidoral, of course, the Dean of the College of Teacher Development, Dr. Ruth Alido, and I think we have also as moderator of this forum, Professor Carl Villomos. I also would like to thank the Vice President, Dr. Vergara, for leading the preparation of this event in PNU. To all of you, thank you very much and mabuhay kayong lahat.
Salamat po. Ngayon naman po, we'd really like to call on our admin chief of our secretariat, none other than Nilo Agustin, who is known as our chairman of the ITI Philippines Festival Committee and has served for some time really as special projects director of the Department of Tourism. And of course, we have this resolution of thanks for all of our partners, our secretariat that has been patiently undertaking this amidst all of the restrictions, our own staff that have given, and our technical teams that have been working. And we're giving the floor to Nilo so that he can read all of our list of people we have to appreciate, and most especially, as we said, of course, the UNESCO patronage, as well as the support of the Senate and Congress, and the hosting of the City of Manila and all of our partners. You will see it in all of our logos that are included. We're also having some media partners now, IBC, DZRH, and Manila Bulletin, and you can follow this events happening. And just to remind you, before I pass it on to Nilo, that we're inviting you all to join us when we do our concluding event of the International SDGs Resiliart Earth-Saving Festival, which will profile the wealth of cultural traditions as the source for contemporary artistic expressions for the SDGs, not just in our country, but in all different regions that we have partnered, and you've met a number of them in this forum, and you've met our partners, all of them. We thank you so much. Heartfelt gratitude and esteem. Nilo?
Words may not be enough to express our deepest gratitude from the bottom of our hearts to all who have made this global public forum a major program in the SDGs Resiliart Earth-Saving Manila event very successful and productive. We would like to thank UNESCO, the Assistant Director General Fermin Eduardo Matoco, Director General Mohamed Jalid. From the International Theater Institute, Director General Tobias Biancone, President Muhammad Al-Akham, Assistant Director General Cheng Xiongwen, Senate of the Republic of the Philippines, the Senate President Vicente Tito Soto III, Senator Bongo, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, from the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, Chairman Arsenio Nick Lizazo, and Executive Director Oscar Casaysay. From the City of Manila, our host city, Mayor Francisco Isco Dumagoso, and the Department of Tourism Director, Charlie Dungo. From the Philippine Normal University, Dr. Bert J. Tuga, President, and Dr. Lordinho A. Vergara, Vice President, with the PNU support team headed by Director James Bailon. From the South-South Cooperation Council, Chairman Victor Sebeck, and IT Technical Assistant Dalton Lambrano. The Secretariat, headed by yours truly, Luciano Valencia as the Secretary General, Susan Claudio as Executive Assistant, and our Secretariat Coordinators, Dex Jordi Lyle Season and Marie Hill Suya. From our production staff, Pixel Art, MTM Audio and Lights, Media Convergence. We would also like to thank again our local commentators, the Lubbock Children's Choir, headed by Lutgardo Labad, the Philippine House of Representatives, the Speaker of which is Lord Alan Velasco, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Department of Tourism, the Department of Interior and Local Government, the Department of Trade and Industry, the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, the Manila Hotel, headed by former Senator Joey Lina, the Earth Savers Blind Singer, Mr. Rico Del Rosario, and the Office of the President of the Republic of the Philippines, His Excellency Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Once again, thank you very much and good luck to the world.